Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Is everyone excited? I know I am. I'm going to be doing the finale of Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. I've been looking forward to this. I have been really wanting to finish this up so much. So curious how the story is going to end. Man, we've saved Inspector Dowd. We've uncovered the existence of a manipulator. We saved a guy from having a heart attack. There's just so much going on, and my theories that I was having have fallen apart. Like, Cecil is not related to Detective Dowd, maybe, and instead Lynn is his daughter, and she accidentally was responsible for the death of her mother, but like Dowd was maybe controlled into installing that antique gun and loading it. Like there's so many things going on that I was like half right for some of them and just incorrect on others. And it has just been blowing my mind. And so, yes, with that in mind, let's let's go. Let's do it. Let's jump right into it. We're going to be doing the finale. There's like 4, 5 chapters left, I believe. And so I'm excited to see how this all unfolds. And I hope all of you are excited for it too. So without any further delay, let's just jump right into it. Chapter 14. 1:28 p.m. Hemsick Park, the site of little lady Camilla's abduction tonight, and the place where an important piece of evidence, the music box, was hidden. Oh my goodness, the chef is there. I wonder why our lady detective is looking so dejected. At least she isn't dead. What did she find? Trick time. Huh? What's he doing here? That's what I'm. La 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 la, let me spend a moment's time with you, my love. The world will not end if the food delivery is a little late. La 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 la. Already ice cold. If that happened to me, I would be freaking out. This is lots of love letters here, huh? Okay. No one's dead, so I can't really. Let's just talk to her, I guess. Well, there you are, Cecil. From your dejected expression, I gather, you didn't find what you were looking for. Right. Can't find the music box anywhere. I found something else instead. Something horrible. Horrible? What is it? There, in the grass. You better see for yourself. A dead body! Like a dead body. It nearly died when I saw it. I suppose now that we've found it, we can't just leave it there, can we? Nope, suppose not. Alright, let's do this. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the rock of the gods. You there. You're talking to me, aren't you? I have some leaflets for you. Leaflets I know you'll be very interested in. I urge you to peruse it thoroughly. Examine it in detail. Never mind that right now. Do you remember your name? My name? My name? What does my name matter when there are more important things to worry about? Okay. Come now and study these tracks with me, my brother. Come and learn about the rock of the gods with me. Night is no longer young. As a matter of fact, daybreak is approaching, but we are young. Look, I don't have time to get involved in your way of life. I am interested in your way of death. So let's go back 4 minutes before your death. Goodness gracious. So I made up my mind. I resolved to live here in this park and defend it. Okay, and what does this have to do with the Rock of the Gods you mentioned? You still don't appear to understand. Written quite clearly in the 4th leaflet, in great detail. Excuse me, but I have to use the restroom. Eek! Hey, there's Camilla. Being kidnapped. I'm coming! Just hold on. I'll be right there. Located the target, beauty. Girl of the right age coming out of the right apartment building at the right time. Oh hey, there's the music box. Yes, my dear, I'll ever so gently nab her and come right back to your side. Good evening, young lady. Won't you come with me? Eek! Oh gods, what do I do? What should I do? I have to do something! Excuse me? What in the world? What just happened? Oh, that's Mino. Mino the mascot, the symbol of Timsick Park. Very good of the name of that big creepy lump of concrete. Talking about the way it changed direction. Did you see that? Yes, I did. We witnessed it with the power of our own eyes. The power of the Rock of the Gods. That was the power of the gods. The power of the gods saved that little girl. And then that same power very deliberately crushed you instead? Yes, precisely. That is called the mischief of the gods. Was it the mischief of the gods, or was it a ghost trick? It couldn't have been a ghost trick. No ghost trick could change the direction of something that heavy in midair. Hey, but wait a minute. What if there was somebody with much greater powers than me? Like some sort of manipulator. Break time! Look at that, there's another flame besides mine. Oh, so that's the flame of God, is it? But hold on. Your spirit is a flame too, isn't it? Yeah, so? Pardon me, but are you a god? I sincerely doubt it. At the last minute, that big lump of concrete was made a huge swing to one side. Probably that flame's doing. Who could it be? Definitely believe either it's a god or somebody god. It's Missile! No! No! What the? This person with much greater power than me. It's you? Hey, Cecil! No! Missile, why are you dead? Oh my, it's Missile! You look well for being dead. Did you see what I did? I did it! I tried really hard and I did it! I saved Miss Camilla. Are you telling me I was done in by a puppy dog? Missile, what's going on? How did you get the powers of the dead? I'm glad you asked. After Miss Camilla went out and you left, worked like crazy to make my own path, and I did it. Aww. Then I followed Miss Camilla out into the big wide world. Then, here at the park, I found her at last. Yes, you guessed it. I barked, you bet I did, and I went running after her too. And got run over. Then I guess I died. And I was unconscious for a little while. When I came to, it was all over. Poor Miss Camilla. Pushed under that big, scary lump. Oh, what have I done? I'm so sorry, little lady. Please forgive me. Miss Camilla! I had to rescue Miss Camilla. It was up to me. I cried out from the depths of my heart. And then... Can't tell you how surprised I was, but I bet you understand, right? Better than probably anybody else could. I remembered what you did for me, how you saved me. So, you went back, right? Back to 4 minutes before the little lady's death? You bet I did! Yes, my dear? So Missile is a very powerful ghost. Here's my chance, I thought. I saw the core. I don't know, it looks pretty far. I stretched out my paw towards the core. Oh, how I felt at that moment. I'd love for you to be able to feel it too. Go ahead, Cecil. Go ahead and try it for yourself. Oh my goodness! I can't believe it. How could you connect over such a great distance? Well, they don't call me Missile for nothing. And so you manipulated that Mino thing and threw it aside. Right on top of my head. Well, no, actually. Huh? I can't manipulate things like you can, Missile. You can't? Then how did you... I don't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. Then something happened... I happened to see something out of the corner of my eye. And it had a core, too. A single leaf hanging from a tree. I tried reaching out to the leaf. What in the world? I can't manipulate things, but apparently I can swap them. As long as two things have the same shape, that is. Swap things with the same shape? Go ahead and try it. Please swap. That's incredible! So that's how you saved your mistress, isn't it? That's how I became caught up in this, isn't it? I'm very sorry, my powers were too meager. Meager? Because you see, I saw one more. I happened to notice one more core. There was something with the exact same shape stuck in the branches of the tree. Hey, you're right. If Mino could be swapped again with that, then disaster wouldn't have to rain down on my head. What is that thing? It's too big to be a leaf. Whatever it is, I'd much prefer it on my head than Mino. Why didn't you swap them, Missile? I couldn't. I can stretch out my paw a little further than you can, Cecil. It's still not enough. This was just too far from me. I couldn't reach. I must admit, it's a fascinating spectacle of a death, if I do say so myself. I kept retrying over and over, seeing if there was anything I could do. Bet there's something you can do now. Huh? We work together, you and me. Cecil, you think so? I don't plan on letting anybody die in front of me tonight. You think you could help me? Of course! Naturally! So we're gonna drop that Mino thing in a different spot. Okay, let's try it. Let's go back again to 4 minutes before. But Missile! I don't want Missile to be dead. Let's get started. 4 minutes from now, you'll swap Mino, leave. Then you'll have to swap Mino with something else. Something with the same shape. I believe that's a rugby ball. The rugby ball where it is now, Missile can't reach it, so that means I have to move it closer somehow. Looks like you and I will have to work together on that one, Missile. Okay, I'm ready. Whenever you want to use my swap trick, just press right trigger. That way you'll be able to control me. And then if you press right trigger, control will come back to me. Let's try it. Together we can stop Mino from hurting anybody. Okay. Look at this funny flattened ball. Same shape as that horrible Mino. It's too far to swallow. Even this ball is starting to look horrible to me. Find a way to get this ball closer to that Mino thing. Knock it down from the tree, I say. There must be something we can do. Oh, come on. Hey Seth, how's it going? It's so great to see you. Thank you for resubscribing so much. That means a lot. No problem. Who's that man? No one can stop the recklessness of youth. Well, if we can't stop it, then I guess we're gonna have to find a way to make it work for him. If he comes running too fast, we won't have time to get ready. Looks like figuring out what to do with his recklessness is the key. Wrong button. Oh, it really super is. That was so close. Hit the ball, it could have knocked it down. Knocking the rug in. Don't forget about my powers. Ah, come on. Oh, it really does. Cecil, that funny flattened ball is still in the tree. Yeah, I know. There isn't much time. I have to find a way to somehow... Okay. Let's rewind. Ah, wrong button. Come on. Okay. Here you come already. Stays. When somebody's in trouble, you should lend them a hand. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Give me lightning fast speed. I've been thinking, if we could stop this man from running, maybe he wouldn't get squished. Stop him, huh? Give me another hand. Knock it off. I think we don't have time to prepare. I think we have to wait to stop him from running. Use the playground equipment. You know, the seesaw, the swing, those things? Precisely. There's one more piece of equipment. Stop him with the equipment. Yeah, what am I attempting to do here? Powers are the key this time. Okay, I'm ready. I can swap anything that has the same shape. And the best thing is this thing I can swap. I should use retro. Well, I think I'm supposed to use his ability to swap the ball. Like that. What I thought. No. Okay. Ah. Yeah, I know. What am I not getting? Because I need to get settled. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. Because that didn't really slow him down. I need to make this the thing even heavier. Okay. I think I got it. And let's immediately try. Yeah. Okay, come on. Oh, hey, Captain! How's it going? Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the resubscription as well. That's so nice of you. You're doing well? I'm so glad to hear that. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so I think I got it. I presume I am slowing him down. Then we come back to here. Put that open. That. So he's going to go in there. We need to get up there. Just like that, right? I didn't have enough time. Still. Okay. I cut it pretty close though, didn't I? Ah, wrong button again. Okay, so there's this, right? I probably missed it. Yep. What am I getting wrong? What am I getting wrong? Because I'm supposed to slow it down, and I thought the weight was the key to slowing things down. Need to switch that so Cecil can move. No, I'm not doing it right. Yep, and then he's gonna talk about it. He's gonna be a funny dog. Here. If there was only some way I could get Cecil up there quicker, this necessarily wouldn't be a problem. How did I do it before last time? Oh my gosh. If he reaches the grass, then what am I feel like there's something I'm not getting. Okay, what are you trying to say? Find a path to that rugby ball. Yeah, but I also need to slow him down. I can swap these, and I can swap these. Nothing else. Oh, come on. Okay, got that. So everything is now swapped, except for the very end, where now I switch to him. Here. And there he is. Oh my gosh, that ate up my entire thing. Okay. See. It's no good. What am I not getting? I got up here before somehow. And I was able to get there, but I just couldn't react fast enough. Because I need to, whatever it happens, this needs to be launched up there. So what am I not getting? Oh, shoot. I made him... I got him caught in the tree by spinning it. Okay. Not the tree, but... Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay, wow, I so did not see that. I never thought the umbrella would catch the ball. Tree branch, it shook a little. I think I saw it shake too. Only it shook a little bit more. It knocked that terrible rugby ball down from this terrible tree. Okay. Okay, so... I got it. Okay, I figured this out. Check this out. Got this out. So, it needs to be the tire that... Wait, the tire? What? The tire doesn't launch that high, though. Oh, but I need to switch it while it's in mid-air. Okay. No. I get it now. I keep forgetting that I can do things while they're in mid-air. Okay. These controls are not the best for me. Then we're going to switch back to missile. Who's going to do that? Come on. no. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Ah. Too many controls. Okay. Switch that. Missile needs to be in the basketball right now. I'm gonna switch back to Cecil. Cecil is going to go right here. I'm going to spin that. Which let me do this. Close the umbrella. Open the umbrella. We switch to missile. What? No. Wait. It wouldn't let me... Someone was only listening to the audio of it, this would hit so differently. I bet it wouldn't be that entertaining, honestly. I know. Come on. What have I missed? I've gotten this far. What have I missed? Okay, let's try rewinding again. Wait, why can't I reach this now? Okay, now I can. That was really annoying. It wouldn't let me move at first. Not letting me change the tire anymore. Okay, how about now? Yeah, what did they expect? I wasn't... The seesaw, yeah, I guess the tire's too heavy to get much height. Wouldn't have been surprised if it launched me into the air. No matter how heavy it is, I can still swap it. So, wait. Okay, but... You wouldn't let me... You can't let me do it while I'm in the... While you're in the middle of jumping. You're, like, you lock me out of my controls. Would you look at that? Sure are a whole lot of around things. Yes. Oh boy. Okay. You don't need to tutorialize me. I've already figured that out. That's a little condescending. Okay, no, I got an idea now. Okay. Hmm? He's going to launch that. That gets grabbed. I get locked into cutscene. There we go. Ball. What do you think, Missile? Ball there. Missile thinks he can do it. In a few seconds, you'll swap Mino with a leaf. And you can swap Mino one more time. The final moment is near, Missile. Are you ready? You bet. Greetings from Poland. At the moment, not particularly. It's nice to meet you, though. And then that changes that. Okay, he's doing it already. Okay, cool. Okay, watch me, Cecil. Here I go. Finishing touches. You can do it, Missile. Swap Mino with that ball. Okay, it's gonna let me do it. It just crushed the whole can. That's kind of funny. There, how's that? My head has been spared. Truly that was a try worthy of the gods. Yeah, not particularly at the moment. It is a kind offer, Victor, and it's nice to meet you for sure. But, I'm currently actually playing a game. Truly, that was a try worthy of the gods. And now Mino is right where he belongs. We did it again, didn't we? Didn't we? Fate averted. Now nobody has to die, except for one brave little somebody. Huh? Talking about you, Missile. Oh, me? I guess you're right. I'm still dead, aren't I? So now let's go back and save your life. Wait a minute. What is it? Now that I think about it, I think I want to stay dead a little longer. What? When I was alive, I couldn't even help Miss Camilla when she was in trouble. No problem. I'm having a good time. I finally solved this puzzle, at the very least. I want to be able to protect Miss Camilla. And to do that, I need these powers I have now. I see. Perfectly understandable. Even I wish I had powers like that. Hey, we just saved you. Don't wish your wife away already. Oh, of course, you're right. Okay, Missile, have it your way. By the way, Mr. Reckless Youth, there's a certain detective who needs that music box you found. When we get back to the present time, could you give it to her? Certainly, you have my word. Let's go back then, to the present. Okay, but I want to know, if we did save Missile, how would we stop the thing from killing the boy? And so Camilla ended up in the hands of the kidnappers. We weren't able to change that part. Lynn listened to my story without saying anything. Sorry, I wish there was something else I could have done. No, you did the best you could. I'm sure she's alright after all. After all, she has me. Missile, are you in there? Miss Lynn, leave Miss Camilla to me. I know I don't look like much right now, but I'm sure I can help her. Missile. Oh no! Miss Lynn! I'm gonna leave it up to Missile. It kind of looks like Missile is being left up to the wind. I mean, Missile is a dog. Stretch, absolutely. And a hydrate, absolutely. Could you probably use some hydration after that? I have something to give you. Stop the park from being turned into a housing site. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. Aren't you forgetting your promise? Oh, pardon me, pardon me. My apologies, this is for you. Oh. Get the music box safe, didn't you? Thank you. Not at all. I was only doing what the Rock of the Gods would have wanted. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? He's mesmerized by your beauty. Hey, the cat's not allowed to get your tongue. This kid is weird. Excuse me, but are you... No, it couldn't be. Have we met before? Aren't you that little girl from that time? I'll never forget it. It was 10 years ago in this part. 10 years ago. Are you talking about... Here in this park, the gods surely control fate. Today, 10 years ago from that day, we meet once again. That isn't the power of the gods, then what else is it? It could just be coincidence, but apparently you know our lady detective here. Could you tell us about it? What happened 10 years ago? Yes, of course. I was actually just about to do that. What's this Rock of the Gods you keep mentioning? Don't you know it's right there in front of us? Or missile. Missile. Wait a minute, you say gods, but do you mean dogs? Of course not, don't be silly. This is no time for ridiculous word games. You're standing just above the Rock of the Gods now. Take a good look at that monument. Monument? Rock of the Gods, Timsick Park. Rock of the Gods. Yeah, right. Rock is buried in the ground right here. It's been there these 10 years. Ever since that day, it flew down from the heavens and showed us a miracle. A miracle? A meteorite. This rock you've been talking about is a meteorite? Precisely. And that's what triggered Missile's powers, because that's where Missile's body is. Yes, of course. Surely you know all about it. Me? Okay, what happened 10 years ago? That day, I just happened to be passing through this park. I had no idea that day would change my destiny. The sun was going down, and through the gloom, I heard the scream of a little girl. Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. I'll shoot her. Peeked out fearfully from the bushes and saw some shadowy figures. Didn't see the faces of the criminal clearly. I knew I should do something to help, but couldn't move. The tension was so thick it was painful. Just when I couldn't stand it any longer, that's when it happened. The sky suddenly burned bluish white. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. So that figure looked like Cecil a bit. It crashed into the ground. Meteorite gave off a shower of beautiful fragments. Then I saw one of those beautiful fragments pierced into the criminal's back. Okay, maybe not. The judgment of the gods was brought down on the park that day. "10 years ago, the little girl that was you was saved by the Rock of the Gods." Oh my, I can't believe it. Rock of the Gods was given the name Timsick. Still today, it lies sleeping deep in the park's earth. I never knew about this Timsick. I always thought Detective Jowd was the one who saved me. You were very young then, and you passed out from the shock of being taken hostage. Of course you wouldn't remember. That's funny. A huge incident like that should have caused quite a stir. It's strange you've never heard of it, Lynn. It is, isn't it? But now that I think about it, I remember I didn't want to think about what happened. I avoided the news and never came back to this park again. I didn't know anything about it. The meteorite was named Timsick after the name of this park that it fell in. Then the Rock of the Gods was forgotten. Now an awful thing is happening. They're talking about turning the park into a housing site. I'll never forget the miracle I witnessed that day. So I've taken up residence in this park, and I'm trying to appeal to the people. Protect the park, the Rock of the Gods. That is my mission. See. I don't know about that. We can see the meteorite right there. That's where Missile was run over. I'm taking you with me, Missile. So 10 years ago, the little girl that was Lynn wasn't aware of the meteorite. I get that, but Detective Jowd, on the other hand, there's no way he didn't know about this Timsic thing. And if he knew, the man died, I took his life. What was that confession of his all about? Rocks of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago changed the destinies of many people's lives, like the ripples of a pond when a pebble is dropped in. With every answer I get, I learn about a new mystery. Will I be able to break the chain of mysteries before dawn? Is there going to be a meteorite piece in the music box? Anyway, now that we have the evidence we need, we decided to meet up again at the minister's office. Besides, there are a few things I want to ask Detective Jowd. You found the music box, Detective Jowd. Good job, Lynn. I knew you would. Once everything has been resolved, I had wanted you to give this to him. Him? You mean Inspector Cabanella, right? I don't suppose he'll ever forgive me. Detective Jowd. Now then, let's get this thing open. There's a certain act to doing it, you know. Just force it open with brute strength. How's that a knack? More like brute strength to me. Oh, it's the antique gun that killed his wife. Here you are. You should find the scorch marks on the grip. Scorch marks? When Kamala built her contraption, she used a special kind of string. The kind magicians use. It burns up in an instant and disappears. Why would Camilla use something like that? I don't know, maybe because she's a detective's daughter? Not leaving any evidence behind and all that, haha. In the case report, there was mention of some scorch marks. When it happened, Camilla was watching it from her hiding place. She saw the flame run to the gun, something she naturally didn't include in her design. I took the gun out of the frame and replaced it with a picture. You should remove the picture, you should find scorch marks behind it on the frame too. Those marks should match up with the ones on the gun. In other words, it proves the contraption existed there in that room that day. I mean, she just built a Rube Goldberg machine. It is pretty clever to make. And it didn't work the way a little girl intended, is that right? Exactly. Some cowardly culprit modified the design. That angle was never brought up in court, and so as Justice Minister, I must call off the execution at this point. I knew I was right. It wasn't Detective Jowd. Now we can finally prove that. Thank goodness. Thank you, Lynn. Or Lynn wasn't his daughter. Camilla is his daughter. Those eyes of yours, I see the eyes of that little girl from 10 years ago. Yeah, speaking of, 10 years ago. What's the matter? Just don't know. What should I have done 5 years ago? Back then, nobody had any way of knowing the true nature of the manipulator. It wasn't anybody's fault that we didn't know the truth. Do you really think so? Of course. Besides, what's important right now is deciding what to do next, am I right? She's right, Minister. Yes, of course. I do believe she is. What is it now? I just don't know. What should I do next? You'll figure it out. We believe in you. Cecil, if you hadn't come to my cell tonight, I would be gone by now without ever having known any of this. This is what I deserve. That's what I told myself these past 5 years. Things are different now. Thanks to you, my eyes have finally been opened. Tonight, I've come into contact with a lot of people's lives and got involved in their fates. The only reason why I was doing it was to regain my own lost memory. Things are different now. We're connected to each other somehow. I just know it. That's why I need to ask you a few more questions, in order to find out the truth about us. Fair enough, fire away. So start with the manipulator. Cecil told me all about it, Detective Jowd. About the manipulator. Yes, it looks like this manipulator really did a number on the minister, too. Please don't pick on the minister. If he dies again, I'm the one who has to save him. Cecil, do you think that's what happened to me, too? What are you talking about, Lynn? Don't tell me. You were manipulated too. There was always a part of me that just couldn't believe it. That the image of the one who shot me. Now I see the possibility of a new explanation. But who is it and why did they do it? Well, I That contraption was a birthday surprise for Camilla's mother, wasn't it? That's right. Something's been bothering me about it. I feel like I know that device from somewhere. No surprise there. You lost your life once tonight because of that machine. Right? I knew it. See, Detective Joud? I'm afraid I don't see. He wasn't there. He didn't know about the setup in the junkyard. Exact same contraption tonight in a completely different place. It's very strange indeed. A junkyard on the edge of town? I've never even heard of the place. What's more, I've never told a single soul about that contraption. Haven't? Old pigeon guy. Who in the world is he? Indeed. Detective Joud, you must have heard this name before. Hemsick. The meteorite that fell in the park 10 years ago. You were there. So you found out about that, did you? I hear that meteorite saved little Lynn's life. That's right. I couldn't do anything to help Lynn that day. In that case, I don't get it. It's true. Doesn't it mean you didn't steal somebody's life away? What are you talking about? Detective Joud, you told me that 10 years ago, the person who killed the perpetrator in the park was you. What? But it was the meteorite. I wasn't lying. I stole that man's life away. No question about it. It was entirely my fault. I was just about to shoot him. I would have shot him in the next instant if the meteorite hadn't come. At that point, I was already a murderer. That's not true. You were trying to save me. Then I'm sorry, but I don't think that's really it. Huh? What's the truth about 10 years ago? On that day 10 years ago, a different incident happened in another place. Another place? Yes, in the police headquarters interrogation room. Worst sort of incident. A suspect who was being questioned escaped. Oh, I didn't know about that. I happened to be there in the detective division, so I joined the chase. Fortunately, or I guess unfortunately, I was able to track him down alone in the park. Hold it right there. Fired a warning shot. I wanted to catch him bad. That warning shot made him panic. At the time, I was young and green detective, brandishing my sense of justice like a sword. Made him panic and got you involved, Lynn. It was all my fault. Detective Joud. All I could see was my target. I couldn't even see you. So sorry, Lynn. The man who grabbed me died that day. 10 years. I've never forgotten his face. And a few years after that, when my wife Alma died in such a mysterious way, I thought it was fate, my punishment for what I'd done. I painted pictures in my cell, nothing but portraits of people's faces. And that's Mino the Rock, right there in the background as well. All of the faces of the many people I'd met in my life and didn't want to forget. Tonight, I finished my last portrait, the final face I wanted to remember. Which is us, unless we have an evil twin. Final face, the face of the man in the park that day. Wait just 1 minute. That can't be. I saw that painting. I saw the face you painted tonight. It was my face. Are you telling me I was the man in the park that time? That's right. That face of yours is the face I saw 10 years ago. The face of the man whose life I stole. Of the man who was pronounced dead at the scene. But hold on, Detective Joud. That can't be true. I just met Cecil for the first time tonight. And he died right in front of me. By the way, the name that I know that man in the park that day by isn't Cecil. What? From the first minute I laid eyes on you tonight, I've been wondering, who in the world is this guy? Yeah, what the hell is going on? Mr. Minister. Inspector Cabanella, where are you? Just be quiet and listen. This is our demand. He is crooked. What? Demand? Our demand hasn't changed. The execution must be tonight. Once we've confirmed it's been carried out, we'll release the hostage. What are you talking about, Inspector Cabanella? And you know it wasn't my daughter who was abducted. Does it really matter who the hostage is? A life is a life. even if it's the daughter of a death row prisoner. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. I was thinking that he was crooked this entire time. I just didn't know what level of crooked that he was. And last stream, I started to think that he wasn't crooked at all. Like, I'd finally been like, okay, maybe he's just an asshole. You know? But this reveals that's not the case. Holy hell. Holy hell. What is it, Minister? You look paler than ever. What in the world? What is going on, Inspector Cabanela? Rock of the gods that fell from the sky 10 years ago twisted the fates of many people and started a chain of tragic events. Maybe he's just an asshole is a great place to be as a character. Oh, goodness. Even now, the chain continues to grow even longer. Inspector Cabanela's call proved that to us. The greatest mystery of all has risen to the surface. Who is this me I've been chasing all night? Who am I? I don't know. My mind has been run asunder from this. I'm even further from knowing than when I started. Oh my gosh. What is going on? 2:55 a.m. 10 years ago, a man named Cecil took a little girl named Lynn hostage and then was killed by a meteorite fragment. Tonight, a man named Cecil met a detective named Lynn at a junkyard on the edge of town and then was killed by a bullet. But the scene I find waiting for me at the other end of the phone line feels like the final nail in the coffin of my lost memory. Say what? I see myself. There you are, Commander Sith. Finally. Cecil, where have you been, my good man? We've been looking everywhere for you. Got a little unfinished business to take care of. Didn't think it would take this long. What about your people? They sure went out of their way to mess me up. I say, I believe we fulfilled every one of your conditions in our little deal. What right do you have to complain about anything outside our bargain? We can talk about that when we get together. This will be our last communication by telephone. We'll arrive in 1 hour. I look forward to seeing you, Cecil. So we're not Cecil? Dawn is approaching. The darkness surrounding my own mystery is deep. I know it's always darkest before the dawn. Yes, we're nearing the final stages of our little digger, my good man. Yes, sir. All preparations are complete, sir. We just had a report, sir. Lights have been spotted, sir. Have they now? By all means, let me have a look. Yes, we're very close. We will now disconnect from the communication cable and have no service until we arrive, sir. Very well. It's a submarine? Yeah, sure, why not indeed? Nice try, Inspector Cabanela, but you could never stop me. See ya, sucker. That explains everything, or maybe not indeed, right? Okay, so is Inspector Cabanela not crooked? Oh, God. The knot has just grown tighter. I thought we were getting closer and closer to solving things. Why must the games I play break my brain? Wait, no it doesn't. So, that submarine guy and his people have a deal going with me, do they? Yeah, I mean, I assume that I traveled by phone lines to get to this room. Although, if they were disconnected, I don't know if we were supposed to assume that our character... I'm supposed to assume that our character didn't know about the scene going on with the submarine. I'm assuming. That is kind of a bit of a logical fallacy, because we're here in this scene now. So that's a little bit of a twist on that one right there. Submarine guy and his... I have been to the submarine in Chapter 2, that is correct. We didn't know it was a submarine back then, though. I have a deal going with me. If that's the case... No. We definitely did go there, because we messed with stuff in that room. And then we left via telephone again. So, I mean, theoretically, I guess there could be an argument made that for narrative purposes, the game just showed us that. Or Cecil was there and then left him just as quickly as he could for some reason. Maybe? Not 100%, but we do know that Cecil is here in this room now. Or the ghost of who thinks they're Cecil, rather. They probably aren't the ones who killed me, right? Anyway, there's definitely something behind the inspector's death. I think I'd better talk with him. Hey, do you think you could wake up for me? Oh boy, still unconscious. Guess he hasn't been dead for very long then. Let's go ahead and go back to 4 minutes. I'm a little nervous what I might see there, though. If that's where I'm gonna find my answers, I can't run away from it. Yeah, I want answers too. I'm desperate for answers. Super's office, before death. Once the criminal gets the punishment he deserves, the hostage will go free. Carry out the execution immediately and wait for our call. That's a good boy. Gee, a hostage sure is a handy thing. Gives me complete control over the top police inspector in the country. Ugh. What's the matter? All those broken bones smart a bit? What's it like to feel pain? Does it make you feel alive? Why are you doing this? Now, is that any kind of question for a top inspector to ask? Isn't it obvious? Revenge, of course. Revenge on all the people who stole my life away 10 years ago. Don't be ridiculous. It was a meteorite that stole your life, or have you forgotten that? Wrong. I was murdered by all of you. Detective Jowd, who chased me down and forced me into a corner even though I was innocent. Lynn, that girl who was right there where I was running. Lynn, she was just an innocent little girl playing in the park. If that Brad hadn't been there, and I never would have thought of taking a hostage. That's the most self-centered garbage I've ever heard. Finally, you, Inspector Cabanella. Me? You hadn't done what you did. I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. You were so proud of your spotless record. My case was the one blot on it, wasn't it? Only 2 people know the real truth, me and Detective Jowd. I bet tonight's execution will be quite a relief to you, won't it? One of the people who know about the stain on your record will disappear for good. That's why you didn't help him escape from prison. That's the kind of guy you are. So he is crooked? I got nothing to say to you. You'd never listen anyway. He's possessing his own body? Ye gods. Now then, Inspector. Time to make a big red stain on your spotless white coat. This was another condition of my deal. Wipe out everybody who knew about Timsic. Revenge? That's what I'm up to? None of this makes any sense. Hey, man. Mind telling me what's going on? Inspector Cabanela, he's awake. My head is spinning, baby. Am I to understand that Cabanela character who just got shot is me? That's right. And you're supposed to be the scoundrel there who just shot me? I guess so. But you couldn't be, could you? Huh? After all, the guy in the red suit just walked out the door, right? So, who are you? Guess I just have to face it. I'm not that Cecil guy. I'm somebody who's searching for himself. That's why I'm here to save you. At the very least, you have information about that guy in red. Information I need. So you came on a rescue mission now. Did you? Nothing like the sound of that, baby. Because there's a very important life here somewhere. A life valuable to this nation. Okay, so do your thing, baby. I don't like him. I still don't like him. Okay. Oh, are you a manipulator too? I have ghost tricks, powers of the dead, yeah, but I can't control living creatures. Anywho, I think you'd be very careful. That guy in red is a manipulator. Naturally, he knows about powers like yours. He realizes you're here, things might get a little sticky. Right, I'd better be careful. Look at him. There's that something emanating from his body. Really the sign of having special powers of the dead? What's going on? I've never seen the ghost world like this. So you're here, are you? You sensed my presence. I noticed you. You think you can stop me, do you? I don't know why you're wearing my face. You might as well give up now. I control everything. Everything, including the life of this Inspector in White. I remember that aura too. I wonder if he makes the pigeon fit. Okay, let's see. So I can only do, I'm only allowed to do subtle movements. This guy has much greater control over things than I do. Look at this place. The world happened here. I think I'm starting to remember. Something bad happened here. Now, there's another death lying hidden here. What? Another death? Didn't I tell you from the start? Didn't I say there was a very important life, valuable to the nation here? I thought you were talking about you. I'm just a crazy character in a white coat, baby. Rob Lucci and his bird. Hey, come to think of it, where is that old pigeon guy? Excuse me. Are you awake? Of course. I never sleep during working. Professor, do you recognize me? There's only one crazy character in the white coat that I know of. He hasn't lost his memory. I'm not the type who likes losing things. But never mind that. Cabanela, this is quite a surprising guest you've brought with you, pretending like he didn't just blow up the place. Are you talking about me? Oh, this is a different guy, and I'm his guest, actually. He said he came to rescue us. Unlike you, my sharp friend, he still hasn't gotten his memory back. Pitiful. Ouch, that hurts. Anyway, now we'll be going back to 4 minutes before your death, in order to change your fate, that is. But aren't we already in the past, man? But we can go back even further, I've done it before. Still don't see a path to saving Inspector Cabanela, but if we go back even further, maybe I'll find a lead. Sure, why not? How many times do I have to tell you, Professor? This place is dangerous. I'll be daft, I can't leave now. He's completely dead, but just as I thought, I'm getting a reading. This is the source of his powers. If I remove it... He's not dead, he's just not there. The true form of the manipulator isn't something you can detect, it's a spirit. Ridiculous. So you figured it all out, huh? I know who we are now. Okay, so Cecil is this guy. Cecil, I have figured it out right now. It has come together in my brain. I have solved the mystery of who we are, the player character. I am predicting it right now. Right? Alright, so check this. This man is Cecil. He is some sort of criminal, and he died. He died by the meteorite striking him in the skull. The meteorite itself grants, like, spirits, extra powers. It grants them ghost tricks, right? That's how we know that Missile got special powers. Because when Missile died, Missile's body was, like, right on top of the main meteorite source, right? So, these are things that we know for certain. Now, we've been possessing this guy, right, this entire time, and we've been him, we've been, like, figuring things out. We're the meteorite. Us. Like, we are the meteorite. We are a spirit that is in the meteorite. That's why we don't remember who we are, and that's why when we got some form of identification, we assumed his identity. Because we've been in his body for 10 years. He was going to... I don't... Goodness gracious. It's my theory, but I am like 95% certain that we're about to learn that we're the meteorite. Hey Gildy, welcome, I'm so glad to see you. You just got done recording, and yeah, I'm not quite dead yet. But I just laid out my big prediction. My big prediction for who we, the main character, are in this game. Alright, let's see how this goes. You're a clever man, Inspector Cabanella. So it's really true, I wasted a lot of time tonight because of you, Inspector. But it's all just like you said. I died 10 years ago. This body is just a vessel, a shell. I control everything. This shell, people. Just like I controlled the Justice Minister in Lynn. So it's true, you were manipulating my baby that time. You made her shoot your shell. Why? Why would you do a thing like that? To create conclusive evidence, you know, on that security tape. Now she's a murderer too. She'll suffer just like Jowd did. Now then, Professor, I'm afraid it's time for you to die. I don't have any grudge against you. I'm even grateful to you. Oh yeah, so why don't you let me live then? I'll be leaving this country forever tonight. Before I do, I need to erase all evidence that these powers of mine exist. Along with the contraption in this room. You're the meteorite. Have you been writing a novel and corrupting Dr. Fred? I mean, it does. If this is not like, I don't think it's a reference to not Day of the Tentacle, Maniac Mansion, but it's definitely along those lines for sure. I'm gonna just make a tiny adjustment there, just a tiny one. This time, this thing will work the way it was meant to, and be all over. Cupid won't turn this time. He'll shoot his little arrow this way. Professor, look out! What a way to land. Phenomena. When the devil did he put that there? He planned it all out tonight. Having my baby shooting, having his corpse disappear. His corpse disappeared? That medical examiner, remember him? He was a complete and utter imposter. He said he was going to take the corpse back to the lab, but he already made a deal with the manipulator to meet him and give him the body back. I wasn't gonna let that happen, baby. You saw through their plan, eh? I noticed right away that the medical examiner didn't know the first thing about examining a body. I knew he was a fake, so I tracked him down and bought him off. Bought him off? I had to smuggle the corpse to this room. I don't think that particular guy's Waldo Butters, not in this instance. Thought he could find the source of his powers. Of course, never in my wildest dreams did I think his abilities were powers of the dead. Anyway, there isn't much time. He's leaving the country before dawn. I'm gonna follow him, of course, after I save you two. But something's been nagging at the back of my mind. I remember what Ray said to me tonight. He said that spirits cease to exist when the day breaks. But if that's true, how could a spirit from 10 years ago still be here? No time for thinking now, baby. Action is the name of the game. Work your magic and take us back, even further into the past. This is so wild. Okay. Alright, man. Jump in there and stop that explosion, would you? Easy enough for you to say. Foolish of you to say, too. If you stop the explosion, he'll just do me in some other way. Fair enough, then jump in there and take care of that man in red, would you? I repeat, easy enough for you to say. Most likely impossible to boot. The huge explosion didn't even make him bat an eye. Well, what do you propose then, Professor? Pray tell us. Your best bet is to save me during the explosion without him noticing. Easy enough for you to say, sheesh, what's with all these people? To play the shitty games that suck more ass? Oh no! I actually really like this game a lot. Anyway, anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay, I know what to do. No use, I can't open it. I don't have anything to do with it. I may look small, but I'm pretty heavy-set. I'm so proud of that fact too. This door. Too bad it doesn't open downwards. But we're both dead. A door that opens downwards, eh? What in the world is this thing? The device has meteorite data entered into it. It detects TIMSIC radiation and responds. Got that, kid? Isn't that a lovely thing? I guess sometimes it's important not to think of things. What a sorry pad. Well, what do you think you're doing? I just thought I'd try it out. You do, you're gonna set the contraption in motion. Oh yeah. Just that, he'd blow me up is what he thought. That was my bad. But there aren't a whole lot of things I can use my tricks on in this room. Yeah. Oh, the dynamite's already there. I find another path. Cecil. Hey, I know that voice. Help me. Where are you? Find me, or I'm carried away. What's with the frail-sounding call for help? He's in here somewhere. A friend of yours? Yep, a little guy that looks a little fragile, but has a strength that'd surprise you. So it's... Yeah, it's Missile. Cecil, here I am. Oh hey, it's Missile. What are you doing there? You really have to ask? Seriously, are you really going there? No, that's okay, never mind. Anyway, I need your powers. Will you help me out? Of course. Here, let me come join you. Okay, here I am, Cecil. Now maybe things will flow in a new direction. Even though the flow of the sewer is a little bit stinky. Remember how I use my powers? Yeah, you can swap things that have the same shape. Well, to be precise, I can swap things that look like they have the same shape. What's the difference? I was being carried by the wind and falling into the river, I realized something. If you look at a thing from different angles, it looks different. You know, that's a pretty good point. For a little dog, you came in with the sewage. That is weird because the whole game is 2D, right? Yeah, but certain objects move based on certain things. Let's stop that explosion. No, we can't do it. Okay, let's take care of that man in red then. No, we can't do that either. We can't do this, we can't do that. What can we do? We let the explosion happen, then we rescue the old pigeon guy without the man in red noticing. Your powers are the key to all of it, missile. I don't know about that, but I'll do my best. We're talking about a matter of seconds. We can't miss our chance. Weaker guy is making Cecil. My animal instincts are starting to surface. If you want me to chase them, I think you have to be I'm in a rat feast in the trash can. Those things are usually make a bigger commotion than that. And that's what I call some proper commotion. They're making the trash can dance. Getting harder to hold my instincts. What a dangerous bunch. Moment of truth. Rat G. Here. So, want this to happen. Why do we want this to happen? Oh, you're at this point. Did you see the sequence where you get no? Yeah, I did see that, and it's great to see you again, Leochi. How you doing? Now I'm just trying to solve this part now. So the rats are moving this. Am I supposed to wait for them to do something more? Can't really. Can't move anything else. I can't get here with Cecil. Okay. Yeah, I need to wait. Okay, so I was on the right track with needing to wait a little bit. Okay. Oh, okay, there we go. Aha! Things that have the same shape. Okay. So, Cecil, I need you to go here. That is very clever. Look out! So there we go. We did save his life. Okay. I was just like, wait, that does look like the door. I can't believe that looks like the door. Sorry, little pigeon. As for you, Inspector, ugh, I have a little job for you. Can't move. I think I have 4 or 5 broken bones. I don't mind. It won't prevent me from manipulating you. It might make it hurt a little bit when I move you, though. Quite a bit, actually. Damn you. So, don't confirm this, Leochi. I made a prediction before you showed up that the person that we're playing as, the player character, is like a spirit of the meteor. That's been my prediction with everything that I've learned since. Can't believe it. You lot actually pulled it off. Sorry, Inspector Cabanella. I couldn't do anything to help you. There I am, a poor broken heap of arms and legs. But no matter, I enjoyed the show. Magic disappearing act, that is. Nothing like it, baby. Yeah, except, unlike a normal magic trick, I'm the one that managed to vanish without a trace here. Fate averted. What's the matter? You look like you'd rather be dead. Not that you aren't. I was just remembering the fact that right about now, the real me is giving the poor Justice Minister a real fright. A phone call. Yeah, he was pretty upset. Excuse me, mister. You really shouldn't be mean like that. What's this lively little creature? Well, this little doggy is the warrior who keeps Camilla safe. Or he would be if he was actually still full of life. Camilla, God's in heaven, what a terrible thing. That poor little girl taken hostage. It's a cruel twist of fate indeed. Wait just a minute. Miss Camilla is a hostage? Yes, we're sorry, little warrior. Miss Camilla, a hostage? What's a hostage? Right, okay, that wasn't the inspector talking then, sort of. I'm happier now. I mean, so he is not as crooked as I thought he was, but he's still kind of crooked in some sort of way, given that he was willing to let his best friend die and like protect his record. So again, he might just be an asshole, but I don't know. Maybe there's still more to him. Maybe. What's a hostage? Anyway, Inspector Cabanella, it's time to save your life now. But you couldn't get very far when you tried before, am I right? This time it's different, right, Cecil? That's right. With us working together, it's a whole different situation. We'll save the Inspector in white, then we'll go rescue Camilla, okay? Okay, let's hurry up and get through this. Gee, kids, you're making me feel like an afterthought. Alright, let's get started. Inspector Cabanella's upstairs, so our first step is to get up there. Cecil, I'll go up first and wait for you. Okay, lovely dove. We need your help. Carry this measuring device upstairs. It has Mr. Ghost in it, so don't drop it. Going full Rob Lucci. Trick time! There you are, Cecil. Sorry for the wait, missile. 4 minutes now, the inspector will be killed by a gun. You just jump in there and stop him from firing, would you? There you go again with that stuff. Besides, it doesn't make any sense. If you stop him from firing, he'll just kill you some other way. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Yep, same situation as mine. Your best bet this time around is to allow him to shoot, and then save Cabanella without him noticing. It's even worse than last time. Anywho, jump in there and do something. Okay, I'm ready to jump in, Cecil. Don't forget, whenever you want to use my powers, just tap right trigger. Don't tap left trigger like you keep doing. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, did you see that? That bad Cecil turned around. You have to call him that? Yeah, but maybe this is our chance to try some ghost tricks. Have something to do it now. Okay, so... Too late. Yep. Okay. I feel like there's something that I should be doing to prepare over here. Why else can missile reach this far? What was that? Okay. Well, Scare, why didn't he die? Because he's already dead. He died 10 years ago. I knew full well he wouldn't die if I shot him. Why'd you go through the trouble of shooting him at all? Now the situation has changed slightly. These last split seconds are our chance. You explain something. Exactly how did the man in white die? He got shot with a gun. Fun, huh? I've always wondered that. How come people die when you hear that loud bang? Huh? Oh, why do they? I don't remember. Oh, brother, I hope I never lose my... Mr. Whitecoat here died because he got shot with a bullet. Bullet? Little lump of metal. It proves fatal when it gets lodged in his head. Aha, I get it. It's like a little tiny Mino, right? Yeah, something like that. I guess different shape, though. In that case, I ought to be able to use my powers on it to save the man in white. Hey, good news. Hey, Whitecoat. Can't anybody here just call me Cabanella? Okay, but what looks like a bullet? And it usually never lets me go into the ghost realm whenever things happen. Okay, what? No use. There's nothing I can do. What the bullet with? I guess you didn't make it in time. I'm so... Yeah, what am I trying to do? In the DS version, you can see the shape of the object, which... Okay, so this might be a thing of DS problems. Stuck on something, I won't budge. Maybe the man in white put a curse on it. Yeah, like a message. Do something to help. Oh, that's spooky. Stop messing with the better old host. You heard him. Oh boy. Letting her strength give out. Okay. Switch it with the book, because the book looks like a bullet. But how am I supposed to... That's what I think it wants. It wants me to switch the book with the bullet. But I couldn't see the bullet. That's what I'm thinking, because the book is, finger quotes, bullet shaped. Unless I'm missing something. Because, again, even if I was over there, the cutscene would prevent me from doing anything. It's no use, even with my powers. Okay, what am I missing? I'm missing something. I can't switch the gun, and they're talking about switching the bullet, and this book is vaguely bullet-shaped. Okay. Thought maybe there was something down at the bottom I could move first. This is probably the hardest puzzle yet. I can't switch back to Cecil is the thing, is I am stuck as Missile right now. And I can't connect to anything. That would let me change anything. Unless they want me to swing the thing and hit him while I'm... No, because again, I need to switch... I need to make it so it looks like he's dead, and it tricks actual Cecil. Oh, goodness, this is a brain bender. Got Grit, little pigeon. Okay. So, I think that's just telling me, hurry, don't bother. Okay, let's see. Let's think about this. So, Missile... Maybe you swing... That's kind of what I'm thinking, is I need to swing the lamp again. But I don't necessarily know what that would do. He pulls a gun out, he shoots him, he rolls back, he does his little zombie moment. Yeah, I figured that was the case. Yeah, I didn't... He shoots anyway. I don't even get a chance to wait. Aim for that break when he looks away. So, okay, what... Is there something that I'm not moving during that break? Because... Missile can't move anything. Missile can only swap things. I can't reach that as Cecil. I can only reach that when that falls. There's this knit cap right here that I feel like I need to do something with it. Because it's the same as the... I can't blame you if this is difficult. This is the port maker's fault for removing a good feature to help you solve this. Yeah! If there was something that was in the original version of the game that allowed this to be a bit more intuitive, that's a shame. Because I'm not necessarily certain what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, this was originally a Nintendo DS game. And then it came to PC last year. Usually the game does a good job of giving me a hint. And the game this time is not really doing that. Okay, he slams his fist down, knocks that off. I can open the spout on this. I don't know what that does. He's turning around, so I can turn this around. Can't dial out. See, if I pull this, it turns him back around early. He goes, "What was that noise?" Right? Here's missile. Why does turning the desk lamp is the only thing I can do as Cecil while the killer's body is turned around? I can also turn the desk lamp on, and I can rock this helmet, and I can also open the kettle for some reason. There's nothing that looks like anything else in this moment. Can't dial out. I need to do it at the last second, which means I have to do it on 0, I presume. But it does lock me into showing me, like, I can do something, like, if I had the option, I could do something as missing. Right? So, okay. Ah, goodness, this is such a tough puzzle. Without giving me spoilers, anyone that would be aware, could anyone confirm my train of thought at the very least? Am I missing a key detail, or am I on the right track? Because the game usually tells me if I'm on the right track or not, and it's not doing that this time. It's just saying, "I'm sorry, Cecil, there's nothing I can swap with." Like, it's not giving me, like, a hint as to, like... And, I mean, when I talk with Cecil when I have them talk, they say, "Oh, well, I can also move things that look similar to one another." I'm on the right track, but I'm also missing something. Oh, that is the worst combination. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You can think of something, but you don't know if it's something you're missing or something you've already confirmed. Go ahead and Let me know, Captain. Uh, this is just as much of a mystery to you. If you notice something that I didn't, and you don't think it'll spoil, feel free to let me know. Because, okay, I would assume switch the gun, right? Because switch the gun with something. But I have nothing that looks like the gun. After he gets shot, he's further to the left than he is at first. You're talking about the killer, right? Or are you talking about Cabanella? Okay, you're talking about the killer, yeah. After he does get shot, he gets flung to the right, and then he moves. And, like, that's what I thought about moving the lamp. I thought about moving the lamp and, like, hitting the gun out of his hand or something to that effect. But it didn't really give me that option, as far as I'm aware. I am on the right track, but I'm missing something. What is it that I'm missing? I bet you if I knew what it was that I was missing, it would click. There's a microscope, a knit hat. The book is then behind him instead of over him. Yeah, because unsure if relevant. Yeah, because I was thinking that too. The book has a silhouette that does look like a bullet, which is what I thought I could switch, but there is no bullet on the screen to switch with. Why can I knock the helmet down? What point does knocking the helmet down serve? It draws his attention to look back over here for sure, because he hears it fall. Which fundamentally changes nothing, because it is such a short window, right? He gets shot, and then this starts moving over here. He's now closer. He can't see the helmet anymore. But he is going to hear it. Okay, no. That immediately drew his attention. Okay. Ooh, what am I missing? I've been able to solve all of these now except for this one. I almost feel like I need to get Cecil into the stepladder somehow. He's talking about how he gets shot with a gun. Cecil can't reach that or that. The only options I have for Cecil Okay, I'm gonna try something. I don't know if this is going to work. Boom, he knocks that down. Okay, so why can I turn the desk around? I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna turn that. Okay, why did I do that? Turning the light on does nothing, I think. Missile, what can I do with you? I'm on the right path, but I'm missing something. And I don't know what it is that I'm missing. And it's due to something that didn't get carried over from the DS version. Which makes this a little bit more harder. Let's put Missile in the telephone, switch back to us. Okay. Again, I don't know if knocking the helmet down means anything. All it does is just end this early, as far as I can tell. He's gonna pull out his gun and shoot him. Now he's not noticing that, right? Okay, so what am I... it looks like a bullet again. Okay. Yes, Missile. You can swap these. That... Did I ruin this? What did I just do? Okay, let's rewind. I think I'm on the right track now. I think therefore I am. Okay. Okay, Missile, I need you to not be there. I need you to be in the telephone. We're going to go right there. I wish I could speed things up as well. I wish I could fast forward. Okay, so I can turn this because I need to turn this in order to get at the helmet. I need to knock the helmet down. So that's why I do that. So we do that. That draws his attention early. Okay, so what was the point of that? Alright, so that's the kind of guy you are. Yeah. Get shot. Look at me, I'm going big brain mode. Wish I could tell it to move. Okay, Missile. Okay, now why did I do that? Okay. I've now changed things. The knit hat book. What am I not getting? Okay, well, would you look at that? Right on the hook. Love knit hats. That's all soft. Hey now that I'm looking at it, the same shape as the helmet you just knocked down. I thought so. It is the same shape. Wait, do I have to have the kettle? Okay, I'm gonna rewind one more time. Okay, come on. This is an extremely wild puzzle. Okay, put the dog in the telephone. Let's go back to who we are. Knocks the kettle down. So I can open the lid. Lid is open. Feels very boss battle-y. Yeah, a bit, kind of. Okay, and then so we knock this helmet down. Okay, that didn't change anything. That changed nothing. So messing with the kettle was not relevant. So the next thing I can do is this. Then get up here. Knock that off onto here. Moving this here. We're switching to Doggo. Doggo can make this switch. It gets on the hook. Okay, so the next thing to do for me, I presume, is to wait. For what reason? What reason do I have? Knocks it. Is there... What is the point of this? What am I not getting? A chance is coming. The last split second, right? Leave it to me. You look at that. Bullet is hanging mid-air between the gun and the inspector's forehead. Now's our chance. I'm hearing the bullet right now. Let's swap this little thing with something else. What? Our only hope. The same shape and direction as the bullet. I can't see what it looks like. With the knit hat? But, okay. Thank you. I'm glad that I did solve it. But I have to question that just a little. Because... why couldn't I do that with the hard hat? The hard hat was already there. I guess you could make the argument that I couldn't do it because he would notice the hard hat, right? Like, he would hear it. Maybe it doesn't say anything about how heavy an object is or how strong an object is. They just have to face the same direction and have the same shape, right? You could do it with the hard hat. It was already on the floor, so I couldn't do it. Oh, okay. Huh. I could have done it with the hard hat. Because that's what I was thinking initially, and I thought it wasn't let me. There's actually a funny death scene with the hard hat. Oh, that would have been actually pretty funny to get then, I bet. I still solved it though. I still solved it. Goodness, I don't think he noticed. Looks like you pulled off another magic disappearing act. And now I say again, I love knit hats. So warm and most of all, soft. Did I do all right? You did a fine job, little one. You saved another life. And I'll keep doing it too. Over and over. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, so another question is, who's Ray of Light, right? I'm gonna make another prediction right now. Another prediction. I've already predicted that the player character that we're playing at now is a spirit from the meteorite. Like, I've made that prediction now. My new prediction is that Ray of Light is Missile. I think Ray of Light is Missile. Ray of Light was the lamp from the very beginning of the game. I don't know how. But I'm just trying to figure out like who Ray of Light would even be, because I can at least come to the conclusion that we're a meteorite spirit because that body has a chunk of meteorite in it, specifically in its skull. I know that much. And if the guy piloting the killer's body is the real Cecil, that is still his body. But this brain has made me start grasping at straws. I love it for that. What I just saw in these 4 minutes gave me all the answers I've been looking for. All our research these past years pales in comparison, right, Professor? So you two were working together. That's about the size of it, yeah. Who would believe a story about a manipulator? So we pursued it ourselves, just the two of us. I'm quite a crazy character myself, after all. Okay, let's hurry back to our time. We have to rescue Miss Camilla. You're right, Missile. There's a certain guy I have to follow, too. I don't think Cecil, the real Cecil, was Ray of Light. Why would he give us the means to stop him? That's the thing, is I don't think real Cecil was Ray of Light. I could be surprised. After completing his revenge on Inspector Cabanella, the man in red left. And now a new story is about to unfold in a new present. How are you feeling, you old crazy character? Still have like 4 or 5 broken bones. Hey there, Prof. We're both alive, I see. Yeah, nothing like it, baby. But I don't know if I'm getting old or what. I've got a few aches and pains here and there. Used to be a little thing like an explosion wouldn't bother me. Yeah, right. Like, I'm gonna believe that. So what, the guy in red is gone, eh? Just in case, I posted special investigation units all around the building. Let's just pray the boys came through for us. Damn it, you picked a bad time to not listen to me, body of mine. Trick time! Well, it looks like both of their deaths were erased. Unfortunately, in the case of the Inspector in white, can't call it a complete success, but in any case, these two have the information you need to start tracking the manipulator. I'd better talk with them. Let's talk with Mr. Superintendent. Oh, SI is here. I'm sure you're called their wizardry consultant. Dresden would have had this figured out in, like, an hour or two. Maybe, probably. Mr. Superintendent, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I've always been a junkyard superintendent, you know. I used to be part of the police. Police, huh? Not as a detective, but as a medical examiner. I investigated victims' cause of death. 10 years ago, I was asked to autopsy a strange corpse. Hit by a meteor fragment and died instantly. That's what the police reports. Yes, it was our body. Or Cecil's body. There were no signs of life. He was definitely dead. But I never filed an autopsy. That's because the corpse suddenly vanished, leaving behind only one clue. An unusual corpse. I bet that's what I've been chasing all night. So, I'm gonna... Don't hate me for this joke I'm about to make, but this game has been a game of lovely corpse this entire time. I know. Puns. People don't like puns, but I do like puns. Yeah, sure. I have an interest in you recovering your memory and finding your true identity, too. Alright, unusual corpse. That's the only way I can describe it, too. It wasn't an unusual corpse. He was dead alright, no question about that. There wasn't a scratch on him. You're 40, you're legally obligated to like puns. I mean, I love them. I'm 35. Puns are just great. Not a scratch. I thought he was hit by a meteorite fragment. I don't understand it any more than you do. We're all in that age bracket, it seems. I was completely bewildered, but when I tried to autopsy him, I was even more puzzled. Bonus points if they make 20-somethings cringe. I mean, part of the fun of puns is watching people cringe. Couldn't perform the autopsy. You couldn't? What do you mean? The scalpel went in, but I couldn't cut. As soon as I tried to make up an incision, it would heal up in the very next instant. That's how it went, and no scarring or blood either. I never had the chance to solve the mystery. It's because the corpse up and vanished on us. The morgue is well guarded. Nobody could have stolen that body. There is one way the corpse could have disappeared. It just got up and walked away. Send more paramedics. Got up, opened the door, and walked out on its own. What? We aren't using the Z word. He was dead, but he wasn't dead. We saw it with our own eyes tonight. Not even that explosion could kill him. He didn't even feel it when he slammed his fist on that stove. That is true. The corpse left behind some interesting data from the testing I did. Got some readings for some kind of radiation coming off that body. Radiation? Used all kinds of instruments, but could determine exactly what kind of radiation it was. Some undiscovered type from a world unknown. Wait a minute, could it be? That's right. It was coming from that meteorite fragment. Went to that park and tested the spot where the meteorite fell. Just as I expected, I detected radiation coming from that crater. The exact same pattern of radiation as that. At the time, I thought he was some kind of immortal being. He would die only to come back to life. I wanted to research it all in depth, so I quit my job as a police medical examiner. Oh my goodness, no. Okay, hold on. Memory. I'm remembering. Are we the cat? Are we the cat that was in the bag that escaped at the very beginning of the game? Or are we still a meteorite spirit? And is Ray of Light the cat? And the reason why I suggest this is because of mythology with cats having 9 lives. We could be one of the cat's lives. The lamp could be one of the cat's lives. But that still seems flimsy. But that is a character that we haven't accounted for. What was that cat? But I don't have enough information to back any of that up. I'm still now just wildly speculating because all of my previous theories are gone. Several years later, I came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case. Yes, there was a cat in the very first chapter. We initially see it, and then after our body, after we stop Lynn dying for the very first time, they wonder, how did our body get moved back down to the ground if the hitman didn't kick our body? And it shows us that inside the case that Cecil was carrying, there was a black cat wearing a red neckerchief. And the cat jumps out of the bag, and the force of that causes his body to land where it was supposed to be when the hitman kicked it. So why were we carrying that cat? It's a question I don't know the answer to. Came to learn the connection between my research and the manipulator case thanks to the arrival of this crazy character here. Oh, stop now, Professor. Do you want to see me blush? Cabanella's arrival. About a year ago, I'd say. This man in white came dancing into my research lab here. I heard there was an oddball here who's researching Timsick. Is that you, baby? Who are you to be calling anybody an oddball? Thundercat song, Fan's Mail came to life. I actually don't know that song, Seth. I was investigating the manipulator case then. Then I heard there was a man who'd quit the police force to study the meteorite. When I heard that, it was like a meteorite had struck me on the head. At the time, we were just starting to get leads on this manipulator. The lyrics are, I want to be a cat. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, maybe. Again, I don't have enough information, and all of my other theories have been blasted away. We didn't know who he was yet, but we knew he was communicating with a certain foreign country. In one of those communications, we heard the manipulator say this. The source of my power is not of this world. That's when I put 2 and 2 together, baby. The manipulator case and Timsick were somehow connected. He also explained how 5 years ago he used his powers to manipulate a birthday surprise a little girl made for her mother. He added that gun to the contraption, most likely by controlling Camilla. Which is something that I did call. I did call that. Once I knew that there was a manipulator, I did make that connection. I knew things were going to end up like this. I would have tried to die in that explosion, baby. That way I could have been dancing after Big Red by now. I might be able to erase deaths, but it's true I can't do much about injuries. But really, you shouldn't talk that way. Yes, sorry, I suppose you're right. I just hate feeling so helpless. It was right there within my grasp. All our pants were resting on tonight, and then this had to happen. He's thinking about his spotless record. Not too late, Inspector. We still have a chance. Maybe I can catch him. Say, you're right. That's not a bad idea. I'll cooperate with you fully. Go ahead and fire away with any questions you like, Mr. Ghost. Alright. That guy mentioned revenge. Revenge against the people who stole his life away 10 years ago. He's a fool. He's the one who made that decision to take that little girl hostage. He wound up dead. He only has himself to blame. What about when he said this? I was murdered by all of you. Detective Jowd, who'd forced me into a corner, Lynn, the girl who was playing in the park, and finally, you, Inspector Cabanella. You hadn't done what you did, I never would have pointed a gun at that kid. Yes, 10 years ago on that day, the Special Investigation Unit was working on a certain big case. We hauled in a young man, an important witness to our investigation. Then I did it. I made 2 very stupid mistakes. Detective, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about it. Fine. You're under no obligation to talk, of course. But if you don't, the Special Investigation Unit can make the rest of your life a living hell. But I just had been assigned to the Special Investigation Unit, you see. They didn't share much info on big cases with a newbie like me yet, and I wanted to impress them. It was only supposed to be a simple matter of taking a statement, but I was too green. I pushed him too hard. I drove him into a corner and made him lose all hope. That was my first mistake. Then I made another mistake on top of that. Cabanella, got a minute? The chief wants to see you about your report. Got it, I'll be right there. You stay right here and be a good boy now. That's when I did it. I left it behind in the interrogation room. My gun. How could you? He used my gun to escape. What he said is true. If I hadn't made that mistake, he never would have had a gun to point at Lynn in the first place. So, my question is so Cabanella started this whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's kind of rough. Like, I'm wondering about that, like, so he did, like, leave that gun there. Was he really willing to let Detective Jowd take the fall so he didn't get in trouble for that? Like, I'm curious about that. How corrupt is he? I hope we'll learn. We first found out about the manipulator's existence during a certain overseas communication. For national security purposes, this country keeps tabs on the communication network. This particular communication was about making a deal with a certain foreign country. He said he wanted to buy them, him and his powers. That's how we first heard about him. Of course, we didn't know what he looked like at the time, and in order to prove these powers of his, he gave them 2 predictions. He foresaw 2 completely preposterous impossible cases. The case of a man who would sing national secrets during a live rock concert broadcast. The case of a man who would take the chief commissioner hostage in his own office. Those 2 inmates at the special prison, huh? We kept tabs on their communications and launched an investigation. And finally, we'd pinpointed where they were going to meet tonight and staked it out. A restaurant, the chicken restaurant. The manipulator plans on leaving this country tonight on a submarine that belongs to the other country in this deal. Submarine? But we haven't been able to find out where it's going to surface. It's terrifying to think what would happen if his powers were to fall into their hands. Right. Highly unlikely they'd use him for peaceful purposes. Now they have that little girl as a hostage. Camilla. We have to stop him before he leaves the country. Okay, well, I guess now we're gonna find out how corrupt he is. This spotless record of yours, is it really that important to you? Of course, baby. In some ways, it's more important to me than my life. Than your life, huh? After all, it's because of my record that I'm able to get my hands on all intel as head of the Special Investigation Unit. And because of my position, I get to direct all aspects of the investigation into the manipulator case. The manipulator case, that's why you cared about your record so much? Of course, why else, baby? I could just never believe it, man. Jowd shooting Alma? I didn't care that he confessed. There was definitely something more to the story, some secret. I did everything I could to climb the ladder, everything in my power. Then I finally found the answer. It took 5 long years, though. The manipulator. He's going to prove that Jowd is innocent. What incredible determination. Okay, so... He's not an asshole. Asshole status revoked. Cabanella's determination. One thing I just don't understand. You were so determined to help Detective Jowd. Why didn't you help him escape from prison? That's an easy one, baby. Escaping from prison is a crime. I wasn't about to help him commit a crime after spending 5 years trying to prove him innocent. And he himself asked to be executed, you know. A man of the law, I had to make sure the execution was stopped legally. That's why I brought him before the Justice Minister, too. I needed to buy as much time as I possibly could, baby. So that's it, eh? There's one little unfortunate result of all this. Lynn completely misunderstood your intentions. Ha! What's a little misunderstanding? My baby will come around. Give it time. But there are more important things to do with our time tonight. He does say baby a lot. I mean, he has that whole sing-song cadence. That contraption in the basement here. You built that to try and help Detective Jowd. That's right. Dad and I worked together back when I was with the Force. I used the reports of his case to try and recreate the device. There was just one part of it that I couldn't reproduce, no matter how hard I tried. He's a good guy, just a bit dumb by leaving his gun in the past. Yeah, I was necessarily certain that he was more crooked than I was giving him credit for. Camilla told Jowd it did something it shouldn't have, made an impossible move. I added that part to the device I recreated. It put in a part that would allow Cupid to rotate, otherwise the gun wouldn't fire. That must have been somebody manipulated Camilla's contraption. As a result, we proved to ourselves that the manipulator actually existed. Inspector Cabanella! Hey, baby. Sorry about that phone call. I must have sounded like a real villain. Hated to spoil your image of me. Or that cool cat inspector you always looked up to. Is this really the image she had of him? Inspector Cabanella, I'm sorry, I just heard. You were chasing after that man all this time to try and help Detective Jowd. This manipulator is such a dangerous character, I was hoping you didn't have to be involved. That's why you had me arrested tonight, isn't it? Like I always say, if somebody's in the way, throw him in the slammer. That's not good. Yikes, indeed. Tonight, I really thought we finally had him. My body gave out on me right at the critical moment. It's like a cruel joke. Ha ha ha! But a joke is a joke, you might as well laugh. Jowd! The minister called off the execution order. While he was at it, he let Detective Jowd go free until tomorrow morning, too. It's a pretty extreme while he was at it. Yeah, that is pretty extreme. Sorry it took so long to get here. You can leave the rest to me. Here you go again. You've always been like that. You make everyone else run around and then you swoop in at the last second. Jowd? Got your detective coat. 5 years ago, you left this coat with me just before you turned yourself in. Promised to you to give it back to you one day. Take off that painter's smock and put on your detective coat. While still wearing your slammer jammies. You're waiting so long, Detective Jowd. Waiting for this day to come. Thanks for not giving up on me, Lynn. Okay, I'm off then. Good luck, my old friend. This present you gave me, it's just what I needed, thank you. Such crazy drip. I mean, it does look kinda cool, I'm not gonna lie. Glad you like it. Cecil, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. You and I have to go find that man. I need your help. Will you do this with me? Sure, but how? We don't know where the submarine is, and the phone line doesn't work. They use communication cables to make their calls. We'll get you hooked up somehow, you'll see. Could you wait here until we do, please? Okay, fine, I'm counting on you. This true self you're looking for. I bet you'll find it soon. Alright, I'm leaving, Inspector Cabanella. It's almost dawn. I'm not who I thought I was. I'm actually further from knowing who I am than ever. But now I don't feel so alone. Each one of us, for his or her own reasons, is looking for the truth. Together, I think we can shed light on these mysteries and drive away the darkness. But it's almost dawn. So we still don't know who we are. You get an achievo for every chapter, at least. Then kept her promise about getting me hooked up. But 2 hours before dawn, the phone rang. Hydrate? Absolutely. And I'll get a stretch in, too. Yep. Very nice. That was tense. Trying to solve that puzzle was tense. This is Jowd. Cecil, are you listening? We need your powers. No time to talk. We'll be waiting for you. Trace complete. Go into the control room. Well, you better get going. This long night is drawing to an end. Yeah, it looks like it. Thank you for all your help tonight. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You entered into the phone line. I'm finally gonna find all my answers. I'd better go. Where are we going? A single telephone line connects me and the other Cecil. That single line spreads out like a spider's web to ensnare the fates of many people. I just reached the center of the web. Goodness gracious. Welcome to the Yonoa. Detective Jowd. It's him. It's that guy. My detective sense must have gotten rusty. Didn't even sense your presence here in the dark. That's because I switched the power to my mask off, Detective Jowd. I used your phone, hope you don't mind. How'd you get on this submarine? Egad, never thought you'd track us here, especially seeing as you're a death row inmate. I'm equally surprised about your choice of transportation. Submarine, eh? But how'd you find us, my man? Not even the police knew where the Yonana was going to surface, confound it. We detectives have a little saying. If there's something you want to know about a case, ask the criminals. Bullet the man in the red was shot with had a radio transmitter in it. A little something for you. I love setups like that. I love setups like that. Cabanella has given me some pretty weird presents in the past. They always prove useful. This one was a radio receiver made to look like a pocket watch. Yeah, one step ahead, Cabanella. He's almost like that hitman. Oh my gosh. I love stuff like that. I love it when things just sync up like that in such a good story. Yes, Inspector Cabanella. I hear he's an excellent investigator. By the way, where is that man in red? I know he's on this submarine somewhere. Ah, Cecil, you mean. I've been here the whole time! You can relax. That's nothing but his shell. Shell, eh? The spirit isn't here right now. Most likely, right about now, he's controlling your daughter. Please, I beg you, let my daughter go. You need a hostage, take me, just please let her go. Bah. So he was a ghost in the shell. That usually describes artificial intelligence in a machine body. Huh. I guess that does apply in this case. Here's something our nation needs. Cecil has it. That's all we care about, my man. Nothing else matters. However, it would appear Cecil has underestimated us. He's left behind his precious bargaining chip here. Bargaining chip? Our nation has already researched it. This product that Cecil has to offer. The source of his powers. They're going to literally, just take the meteorite right from his body. What? What in the world was that? The Timsic fragment. It gives spirits special powers. And now our deal with Cecil is concluded as far as we're concerned. What are you talking about? Tisk tisk, what a mistake to make, right at the most critical moment. Now then, Detective Jowd. Farewell. So you're just gonna sacrifice a henchman? What in the world? Whole room just vanished. Detective Jowd, where did he go? Weren't you in... Oh, well, I guess the camera got moved. Or not the camera, the phone got moved. What now? I think I heard an explosion somewhere. In any case, Lynn and the lady should be here somewhere. I smell danger. I better find them and fast. Trick time. Missile's with us! So you're here, huh? It's Missile! Yes, I think even I remember who you are by now. What do you suppose that shock was a minute ago? I have no idea, of course. I'm just a little sheltered apartment dog. Rip Cecil, he got double-crossed. I mean, did he really think he could just trust a foreign group like that? But with my loss of memory, I can't say I'm much better. Anyway, let's hurry up and go save Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla. Do you think that trusty nose of yours can sniff them out? Sorry to say, I don't think it can. Why do I even bother to ask? But you do have the power to swap objects. So let's go find that lady detective and the little lady together. You got it. All hell. The telephone is ringing. Wow. It's Miss Camilla, I just know it. My trusty nose is practically screaming it at me. I think you'd call that more of a hunch. Anyway, let's get to that phone before it stops ringing. You bet. Oh no, come on! I think I just heard another little explosion in the distance. I've got a bad feeling about this. Cecil, look! That black hello, it came off the hook. Oh, I'd better answer it fast. Hello, is anybody there? It's her, it's the little lady. It's Cecil, where are you? Somebody please answer. I guess she can't hear my voice. You too, huh? Oh good, I thought she was ignoring me. Somebody help me. Lynn is dead again. Miss Lynn! We'd better hurry. Let's go, Cecil. Go there, of course. Why would we not go there? It's no use. 5th time now. She's practically a cat in her own regard. It's no use. Nobody's answering. Miss Camilla and Miss Lynn. Oh, poor Miss Lynn. Yeah, she can't seem to catch a break. Looks like another tragedy has happened. Sorry to keep you waiting, little lady. Sissy, I knew you'd come. Miss Camilla. And Missile too, I'm so glad to see you're alright. Well, I wouldn't say I'm alright exactly. Hey, wait a minute. Missile, your voice. I think I remember hearing it somewhere before. What, my voice? That's right. Camilla has a core now, so that means she did hear Missile's voice before when he saved her that time. So that was you, wasn't it, Missile? You're the one who saved me in the park tonight. Thank you. Ah, this touches me every time. Miss Camilla, I'm so glad I was born your little doggy. Hey, Missile, could you stay here and watch over your mistress for a while? Huh? Don't you need my powers? I'll see what I can do on my own for a while. After all, you're the only one who can protect her. Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Missile. That's really, really touching. I'm sorry, I'm crying again a little. I wonder what happened this time. I better talk to the little lady a little more, and then I better do something about the detective lady. Can I talk to you a minute? Yes, Sissy? Could you tell me what happened to you? It happened after I last saw you at your old house. Oh, let's see. After that, I think I fell asleep. Woke up to the sound of an engine, so she was already in the submarine by then, eh? Thought to myself, I have to escape. Next thing I knew, I found myself in this big room. So tired I couldn't move, and then... So relieved, I don't remember what happened after that. She must have passed out, the poor thing. Been through so much. You were very brave. I think Lynn's probably been through more than me. I mean, she's died 5 times so far. Both been brave. Hey, Lynn. Let's get another punch on your afterlife rewards saving program. But Cecil, you're here. Lynn, what in the world happened here? I don't know. Huh? I just sort of blacked out all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Yeah, I guess you would know in that case. Where's Detective Jowd? Is he alright? I don't know. Huh? The room he was in just disappeared all of a sudden. That's making even less sense than before. After we left the super's office, we followed after the man in red. We tracked him with that radio transmitter Inspector Cabanella fired into him with the bullet. Man in Red took a boat out to sea from a small harbor on the edge of town. Detective Jowd and I managed to secretly stow away on his boat. Then we sneaked onto the submarine with him when it surfaced. Before long, the submarine dove back down again. Detective Jowd and I decided to split up. He would take care of the telephone line and I would look for Camilla. I found Camilla hiding here in the engine room. She had escaped and run away here. Sounds quite an adventure. What happened next? I don't know. Huh? There's a flash of white all of a sudden. Next thing I know, I was dead. Oh boy, it sounds like it'd be quicker to see for myself. Going back to the past, Samurai Jack style. Camilla, are you okay? Ah, Camilla was possessed. Hello, Lynn. Or is it Detective now? It's been 10 years since we last met. Are you really that man from the park 10 years ago? Well, well, I see there's no need to introduce myself. Give Camilla back. She has nothing to do with any of this. Right, I can't do that. This is my last chance. Phone is ringing. Not for me. Nobody ever calls the dead. The fact that you're here means that my revenge plan has failed. Revenge plan? It didn't happen tonight, did it? His execution. One-handed, I know, right? For that small body holding a Tommy gun? Well, knowing him, I half expected as much. That's why I was waiting here like this, waiting for him to show up. Wouldn't it be just what he wanted, to be executed by his own daughter? I heard about 10 years ago. I feel sorry about what happened to you. But revenge? Nobody could possibly know what I... What in the world? An explosion? Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. If I've been had... Look out! Revenge, huh? That's a feeling I just can't understand. Of course not. You're not him. He's right. I'm not him, am I? He was going to shoot Detective Jowd. Ask Camilla when you came to rescue her. Just too horrible. Anyway, let's bring you back to life again. You didn't have to add the again part. I don't know, you've got frequent flyer miles on Afterlife special round trips. That's a concern. Let's see, the cause of death this time was a mysterious explosion. You're pretty up for a dead woman. You know how detectives love a good mystery. It's like a shot of vitamins. What do you mean for a dead woman? Anyway, I guess we should wait to stop that explosion. Do this thing. Finding clues is like a dose of minerals to a detective. I know what vitamins or minerals are. They're part of a balanced breakfast. That's what they are. I mean, yeah, I would love to go anywhere. Literally. Funny, I thought I could use it if somebody was calling. What are you talking about? The receiver has to be off the hook first. Don't look at me, I can't do it. I don't have any hands or feet right now. Somebody please answer the phone. You want something done, you have to do it yourself. Hey! Bada bing, bada boom. Hey, we somehow managed to knock down the receiver. Somehow managed. Just to say that's not how I planned it. Come on, hurry, now's your chance. Might be Detective Jowd. Right, I better check it out. Hello? Anybody there? Somebody's still there. Get yourself here on the double. We're about to head out. Speak up, why don't you answer? Anyway, come if you're coming, we're leaving. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go there. I have to stop the explosion. It must be true what they say, that there are restless ghosts on board. It does it. I promise to turn over a new leaf, Mom. Who's he calling restless ghost? Well, it's true, neither one of us is really resting in peace. Anyway, it looks like the sub just lost one of its crew. I guess that means the fate of this sub has changed slightly. Cecil has underestimated us. Saw this deal go down once before. Get it? What's happening? They decided to conclude the deal without the other party. They're just going to go ahead and steal the Timsic fragment. That's cheating. I think we have more important things to think about right now. Where's the Timsic fragment going to go? It's a mystery to everyone. Okay. If it goes there. Objective has been achieved. Now we detach the control room as planned. So he is just sacrificing his minion. That is exactly what's going on. And then I better hurry along before Cecil comes after me. Yona will be his coffin. Cheep, cheep, cheep. That's the cause of the giant explosion. Torpedo. Heard of missile? Yeah, sure, but a different missile comes to readily mind. So he has plans to sink the submarine with that thing. This is not good. We do. It's not here to certainly can't ignore it. Missile. Only our missile were here. I bet he'd try to take it ahead of him. Yeah, I bet he would. Okay, after fate change. So I think what I want is I want to get to that fragment. Does turning this valve do anything? Doesn't seem like it. I'm here now. I'm in the meteor fragment. Does that give me a boost to my own powers? Or is it a trick? Yeah, it's not letting me do anything. So I'm definitely... I guess I'm not supposed to get into the fragment. Like, it has just effectively locked me out of all of it. I didn't even get a choice. I'm in the missile now. Or we can still find a way to stop it. What? How? Even if the torpedo doesn't, we just have to stop it from detonating. There's still something we can do, I hope. What was the hope at the end? I wasn't in the fragment, I was in the capsule, okay. There's a rat in here? Poor rat. Came along for the ride without giving it too much thought, but was this really the best move? I think so. We just have to keep it from going off, right? Sure, this poor little rat will thank us too. Absolutely. How did it get in? How in the world did it get in there? Okay. Let's see. The striker, that's the detonator. These outside supports are supposed to be weights of some sort. They're the spinning back things, right? Apparently their spinning helps the torpedo maintain its... They must be pretty heavy. Use these weights to our advantage somehow. I can't say I do. An impact. The fuse of the tip is depressed. That in turn sets off the detonator. Detonator, huh? That must be the red button. Didn't explain anything about that in the book. Hey! Did we save the rat? Wow, those weights were heavy enough to turn the whole torpedo over. Now for that safety device. Right. Here, we clamped the safety device on. We did it. That should keep this torpedo from exploding. There's just one problem. What's that? The torpedo's still going to impact. We can't do anything about that. Uh-oh. I solved this so fast, unlike other people. I guess I did, didn't I? Huh, it looks like the torpedo still hit the submarine. But it looks like the submarine is still okay. This changes everybody's fate, including the little rats. Cecil, we did it! What's the matter? You still look unhappy. We stopped the torpedo from blowing up. But we still opened up a gaping hole in the submarine. Thank you. I mean... Compared to the last one, where I spent like 30 minutes trying to solve that, right? 30, 40 minutes? We still opened a gaping hole in the submarine. You're right, I guess. Guess that's just what missiles do. They're unstoppable. Huh? Am I hearing things? No, it's missile. Guess we better get back to the present as quickly as we can. Right, I'm worried about Camilla. Managed to stop death for now, but it hasn't disappeared altogether. It's now slowly but surely filling the room. Uh-oh. Water is seeping in through the hole where the torpedo hit. Gotta get them out of here. Okay. What am I supposed to interact with? Hurry. I would love be able to move somewhere? Oh, starter. Lights went out, but the machine apparently still works. Fortunately, it won't. Maybe I can use its movements to help me create a path. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. Is it Camilla or is it Cecil? Lynn. Camilla, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I pointed that gun at you. Don't worry about that. That wasn't you. Miss Camilla! Oh, Missile, you're here. Oh, poor Miss Camilla. Miss Lynn, what should we do? We have to get out of here before any more water comes in. Cecil should be along any second. I knew Sissy would come. And Missy is here, too. So happy everyone's going to be with me now. Except 2 of us are ghosts. Camilla! Miss Camilla! I'll get you out of here. It's the last thing I do. Oh, I think I'm gonna cry. Or whimper, as the case may be. Better send a signal to Lynn that I'm here before it's too late. Well, good thing I'm in this, flashlight. Oh, look at that flashlight. It's Cecil, he's here. Up you go. Glad you're here, Cecil. Sorry for the wait. Looks like this room is gonna fill up with water fast. Better get out that door as quick as we can. We won't be getting out of that door, I'm afraid. The water pressure is too great already. I can't open it. What? What does water pressure mean? Think of it as the force of the water holding the door closed. Water level keeps getting higher and higher in here. So the only way out of here is up, huh? Exactly. Okay, I got it. Let's look for a path that goes up. Ladder, baby! Right up there. Hey, look at that ladder. I wonder if we can get it down somehow. Good idea. Let's try it. Oh, and by the way, yes? I can't swim. Neither can Camilla. Don't you have any good news for me? Let me think about it. In the meantime... Okay. Sure hope they're near the surface. That's kind of what I'm hoping. Oh, okay, that shot the glove. Yay! More power to me. You did it, Cecil. Thanks. Is this like escort mission? I was really bad at that first escort mission. Lynn is so strong, climbing one hand while carrying Camilla. Right? What was that? It looks like the water seeping in isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Flashlight doesn't work anymore. Hey, don't get mad at me. Maybe the contacts are bad or something. Yeah, I know. You can fix it with your powers. Okay, now that's just taking things too far. There's a door here too, but it's stuck or something. Leave it to your superhuman strength, detective. Okay, what do you... Hey, great. Did you used to be an electrician in your past life or something? That's a cruel question, considering the circumstances. Now, all we have to do... Get that door, and there goes the flashlight. We were in it. We were in that flashlight. We were in that flashlight! Ah, this is not good. Did I take too long? Or is this scripted? What happened now? Looks like the submarine decided to rear up on its hind legs. Can't believe we're still okay after that fall. Either we're really lucky or we're dead and we just haven't realized it yet. Come on now, as if the latter could be true. What now? Water sure is rising fast. Come on. You'll just have to go up to the top. Let's see how I can help with my ghost tricks. Well, I think I see a familiar flame over there. It's me, Missile! Sissel, there you are. How's it going? How's it going? I'd say it was going pretty badly. You do understand how dangerous this situation is, don't you? Of course, after all. Just ask anybody who knows me how much I hate taking a bath. Maybe he's been in danger of drowning before himself. Okay, ready to create a path for these ladies? Of course. Okay. Different type of escort mission. So I need to build a path for Cecil in order to build a path for them. The only things I could really move around, these fans? Cecil can't even reach her. Why could I move the small fan all the way down here? Okay, maybe I have to wait for a moment. Try Cecil now. Oh, good point. Too late now. Okay, so what I need to do is wait until she grabs the flashlight. Okay. Oh, starter, operate. Almost like they're taunting me. Maybe it's a challenge. No, I'm not doing that. Okay. Okay, the size of the fan will determine yeah. Okay, so the bottom one is done, right? It needs to be fully out. These two are good. That one is good too. So this needs to be changed with the small one. There, how about that? Staircase. You better hurry. I just stood there thinking, like, what is she doing? Why is she holding that flashlight at the water the entire time? And then she drowns, and I'm just like, oh, what am I doing wrong? Now the steam is in the way. It's too hard to get through. Of course we can. We have to. And now Missile, who can just jump. And this thing called water, look what it's done. Just a second ago it was chilling me to the bone, now it's hitting me as steam hot enough to melt a person. My boots and coat are soaking wet. Water just pours out of them when I move. How dare their water treat you like that? Here, let me lap it up for you. You better not, Missile, it's salt water. It's starting to get crabby. Achoo. Okay, I'm working. So let's switch to you. What happens when I turn this wheel? Okay, so Missile. Swap. If I swap the pipes, it changes how the steam comes out. Each pipe sprays the steam in a different way. That's not good. Give it to me. Okay, so this closes that valve completely. Okay, I need that valve to be closed. So switch that. Okay, no, I want the one like that, okay. But I can see. There, how does that look? Looks great. Okay, cool. Make it to that door, we can escape. Yell at me. Missile. How can I yell and you're so sweet about it? I think you just did. Yeah. One chain. Raise away. Okay, thank goodness that worked out in my favor. I was afraid that she might have been too heavy for it. God, this is intense. This is more intense than the prison break. How am I supposed to open this? Can't budget. It must be stuck. No. This way. What? Excuse me? What? Who just created a mecha arm thing out of junk? And then the little lady suddenly vanished, leaving only darkness and seawater. The submarine continues to sink down into the deep, deep sea. I still want to try and make my way up as far as possible. I still want to head up to find a single ray of light. Light to illuminate the truth at the bottom of this deep, deep darkness. I was 16. Here we go. 2 more chapters left. The upended submarine continues to sink slowly but surely, a long, long journey to the bottom of the sea. Then the little lady found the darkness and the salt water closing in on them. At the very last second, something saved them. Now it looks down at them quietly. My head is filled with one giant question. What in the world is this thing? Yeah, what? It was just like a whole bunch of things. It's Cecil. So you managed to survive, Detective. Hey, you're... Excuse my appearance, I seem to have lost my body. Oh, and you there. You're the ghost who's been saving Lynn all evening, aren't you? You knew about me all along? I mean, yeah, it is a pretty good design out of junk and stuff, of course. What else would explain all those unnatural things happening? If you knew, how come you didn't do anything about it all this time? How come you decided to save us all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to get revenge on us. I don't really know. Please, you gotta tell me. I need to know. Who in the world are you? Cecil, look at you. Look what happened. I can't hold on to that image of myself any longer. You can't remember who you are? That's right. I came all this way tonight trying to chase down my lost memory. Quite a bit of tonight, I thought I was you, Cecil. Cecil? My name isn't Cecil. I bet you'll remember really soon who you are and who I am too. What? The man in front of me is not me. I'm even further away from the truth, or maybe not. Something is stirring in my mind, a memory about to emerge. Do I know this man? Now that I've shed my image of myself, I feel like I'm one step closer to the truth. What is going on? It got us good. It's all over for this submarine. The engine room is destroyed, there's a hole in the hull, and it's sinking as we speak. What are you doing here? But you had to deal with those people. They betrayed me. I was a fool to trust them. They already have what they wanted now. The Timsic fragment. I didn't know they had it all figured out. You mean they figured out the source of your powers? Yeah, that meteorite's radiation has two effects on living creatures. It gives power and time. If you don't mind, we'd like to hear more. These 10 years, I've been watching that junkyard superintendent do his research, and I think I've kind of got some of it figured out. Meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers. Lore time, and if there's anything I love, it's lore. I love lore, especially for stories that I really like. Like, oh my god, you have no idea. This is like drugs to me. A meteorite's radiation gives spirits special powers, like possession and manipulating objects. In my case, swapping objects. Exactly. Apparently, there are individual differences in the powers we get, and it seems these powers change as time goes by. They do? Yeah, my powers have changed over these past 10 years. At first, I can only manipulate small living creatures. And then, how do you suppose we got these powers? It's simple. It is how then? In a nutshell, we died while exposed to the energy emitted by the meteorite, its radiation. That's what it does? Dying while being exposed to the radiation? On that day 10 years ago. Fragment of that meteorite pierced my heart and I died. They said head, though. They said it hit him in the head. So, of course, I received special powers. Hey, wait a minute. Is that how I got my powers, too? You know, you might be right. That guy just ran over a dog like some sort of heartless bastard. Aren't the Timsic fragment remains still right there in that park at the bottom of the crater? You're right. So that must mean I must have died in the presence of the meteorite's radiation too. Yeah, but does that mean that we're the cat? Right? We're the cat. We're one of the cat's lives. So we're the cat. But why does that matter? Because, okay, so his name's not Cecil's the name of the cat. Okay, we're not a spirit. That is his actual body. So the cat died from suffocation in the box that this killer was holding. And because we died next to him, we got influenced by that. But since we're a cat, the cat walked away, so they're really gonna have to say that cats have multiple lives. They are really gonna have to say that in order for it to make any sense. That's gonna have to be it. Like, if we're right here, this is my last theory I can make. I am putting down all of my remaining guess chips currency on we were the cat. We are the cat, rather. I don't know if it's valid, though. And that would mean that the killer was Ray this whole time. I don't like that, though. That's not clean, and that doesn't make sense. Because I can't explain else who Ray of Light is. The radiation's time effect. Another effect the meteorite radiation has on us is it gives us time. And I think this time effect is centered around the theme of death, but it's not all that clear. So the fact that I can return to 4 minutes before a person's death is another effect of that meteorite. One of the characteristics of that moment is its ability to replay the moment of death. Replay the moment of death? This is also strange and confusing. I can't take it all in. Makes about as much sense to me as anything else. Yeah, strange and confusing. That just sums up the object that pierced my body that day. Hey Glenn, it's great to see you! Stretch and hydrate, absolutely. Crack my fingers, stretch my back and arms, and I still got some healthy water. Water's good for you. Thank you for those redeems. It's great to see you. I hope that you're having a great day, Glending. Healthy water, as opposed to unhealthy water. I mean, yeah, does this count as a weird and unfortunate thing? I guess so, but not in the same sense as that game. I mean, there is unhealthy water. There's irradiated water, and you can't drink salt water for sure. My very existence is a contradiction. What do you mean? Contradictory existence. That day, when the fragment pierced my heart, I lost my life. However, because it remained inside of me, that fragment continued to constantly regenerate my body. In other words, my body was continuously cycling between the moments that separated my life and death. What? My body's vital functions stopped 10 years ago, but my body's time is perpetually stopped at the moment just before death. Time just stopped, huh? So I just simply existed, not really alive and not really dead. That pretty much sums up these last 10 years for me, ever since that incident in the park. My body hasn't aged a day, my hair hasn't grown an inch. Come to think of it, that old pigeon guy mentioned something. He said he couldn't cut this guy's body with the scalpel. So I guess as soon as an incision was made, his body would be regenerated. Wow. Alright, so about revenge. Before I left this country, I wanted to do one thing. I wanted to get revenge on the people who stole our lives. Our lives? Part of the deal, I made those guys promise to cooperate. Cooperate? You mean the kidnapping? It all went fine. Manipulated the justice minister and made him issue the execution order. But I thought he might call off the execution at the last second. So that's why you wanted his daughter kidnapped. They kidnapped the wrong girl. Little did I know, they had their own reasons for cooperating. Huh? Their objective was to wipe out everybody who had to do with Timsick. Detective Jowd was one such person, so they were happy to cooperate. Inspector Cabanella and that junkyard super, they were slated to be wiped out too. And, as it turns out, I was one of their targets as well. So they stole my Timsick fragment, and here I am. They had one more final target. Yeah, because it was you, Detective. Me. You weren't there in the park that day 10 years ago. I never would have thought of doing something as stupid as taking a hostage. Okay, but I was just a little kid playing in the park. Yeah, I know. Huh? 10 years later, and you'd become a detective looking into Jowd's case. Tonight, I invited you to a quiet spot on the edge of town. It was a trap, you see. I told you who I was. You never saw my face that day 10 years ago. So of course you didn't recognize me. I took possession of you to make you shoot me. Your subconscious resisted me. Such incredible power. It was the first time I wasn't able to control somebody completely. The aim was off, and the first shot missed the mark. And you shot the cat in the box. The junkyard was equipped with security cameras. I knew you'd be wanted for murder. That was my plan, anyway. There's nearsighted Jingo. Or Tingo? They had other ideas. They simply wanted you wiped out. But then, something threw a big monkey wrench into their scheme. I showed up. I was supposed to meet up with them after that, but then something went wrong. What happened? My body disappeared. Aha, the inspector in white was responsible for that one. My precious bargaining chip was in that body. I had to get it back no matter what. That inspector caused me no end of trouble. Why were those people targeting me? I never even heard of the Timsik meteorite. Because you were looking into the Jowd case. They thought you would find out about Timsik sooner or later. We are the cat. That's what it has to be. We're the cat. Yes, it is Schrodinger. Our name is gonna be Schrodinger too, isn't it? Our name is gonna... Well, no, our name is Cecil, because his name is not... His name is not Cecil. We don't even know what his name is. But our name is Cecil. I think our name is Cecil, at least. I sure hope our name is not Schrodinger. That's pretty much the whole story. The only thing left to do now is wait for the water pressure to crush the submarine. Oh no! There are no cords that link from here to the water's surface. I have an idea. We hook up the phone line and there are no communication cables down this deep. They meant for the submarine to be my coffin. Coffin for the dead. There's no escape. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. You what? This feeling, cut off from all the world, all alone in a submarine, sinking slowly towards the bottom of an endless sea. This must be how you felt all along. But the cat ran off, is the thing. Then? Camilla, is it true we're stuck here? What? Oh, if my dad was here, I bet he'd save us. Bad timing, Camilla. Go back to sleep, please. Right? Oh, Camilla, I'm so sorry. That's funny. What is it, Cecil? There's something I don't understand. Why would they go to all the trouble of detaching the control room? What? Why didn't they just steal the Timsik fragment and escape if that's what they wanted? Why did they have to jettison your body off into the sea? That's a good question. But I guess it doesn't matter why now. We'll never find it again. I have no idea where it was launched to. Wait a minute. Yes, we do. This will tell us where Detective Jowd is. The present from the inspector in white. That's right, Detective Jowd told me to hold on to it for him. And the bullet is still in this person's body in the command room, right? And we should be able to tell exactly where it is with this. But even if we find out where it is, how do we get there? We should be able to figure something out between the three of us with our powers, right, Miss Lynn? Right, oh, wait a minute. What about a torpedo? Torpedo? In any case, it's way too early to give up. Looks like Detective Jowd is our last hope. Come on, let's get started. Phone line to the engine room isn't working. All that water. I guess I don't need to go back there anyway. Torpedo room. The torpedo room, huh? There might be another torpedo left there. I'll go check it out. Oh, I get it. We're gonna use a missile to ram the control room. Well, I don't know about ram. We don't want to blow up Detective Jowd up, but something like that. Climb up to the torpedo room, too. Up is definitely safer. Okay, I'll see you there, then. Thank goodness I don't have to escort them the way there. Looks like the torpedoes can be launched manually with these switches. There are 2 tubes, so there should be 1 more left. Just the first thing we do have to do is load it into it. When it comes to missiles, you can count on me. Enter the coordinates of the command room into the torpedo. I just turned the backup power, so we ought to be able to use the switches now. Okay, let's try it. Good luck. Push won't budge. Maybe it's broken, but I don't think the entire device is broken. Only I can move this switch. We'll just have to wait to move it somehow. I can't do it with my powers alone. What will happen? I think that's up to us and our powers. What? No time to be standing around unsure of ourselves. Will you lend me your strength, missile? Yeah, of course I will. Count on it. Here we go. There we go. That torpedo looks serviceable. I'll set on this end too, but something's odd. What is? Command room looks like it's slowly sinking. Sinking? Yeah, like it's completely run out of power. I wonder what happened. I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Alright, hop into the missile. I'll launch it for you. Okay, thanks. Missile, you should join us too. I've already set the torpedo's course. We'll head towards the command room where Detective Jout is. 12 seconds after launching, it'll pass by the command room for an instant. That instant will be your window of opportunity to jump over to the command room. Okay, got it. And then we'll find a way to come back and save you. That'll probably be my last task tonight. Just hold on until we get back. Okay, come on, Missile. That's what I'm talking about! Missile? I'm sorry, I can't go. What? I just can't. How can I leave? I can't leave Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla behind. I can't do it. Missile. I swapped the switches so the missile can be launched. You have to do the rest, Cecil. Can't do it either. I can't ask Missile to come with me after that. I understand exactly how he feels. I want you to go, Missile. What? But Miss Lynn. You staying here won't change our fate, but if you go with Cecil, we might be able to make something happen. That's our only hope. But what if that something doesn't happen? I'll never be able to see you again. Never ever again. Even I can understand that. I couldn't stand that. Don't worry, Missile. Miss Camilla. I just know you and Sissy can make something happen. I believe in you. Yeah, I'm kind of tearing up again. So I'm gonna make my little VTuber sad because I'm crying in real. Every time involving Missile, I get choked up every single time. Every single time. Miss Camilla. That's a good boy, Missile. It's something about his earnestness. Like, he's really innocent, and he's a good dog, and I don't know, it just, it chokes me up. It's 12 seconds after I throw the switch. We're ready. Goodness gracious. Cecil? Yes? Never found out who you really were, but that doesn't matter now. All I know is I'm truly glad I met you tonight. Thank you for everything. I'm glad I met you, Detective. But we're going to see each other again, right, Sissy? Right, Missile? That's right, we promised, little lady. Of course we will. I'll never forget you, no matter what happens. Here goes, then. Good luck, friend. Damn, your relationship went from using each other to becoming a friendly. Yeah, right? Pretty much. These 12 seconds are lasting an eternity. I strive to think of a way to save Lynn and the little lady the whole time. How can a ray of light of hope reach this far down into the deep sea? Before I can think of an answer, the 12 seconds are up. Okay, I'm gonna turn the tears off. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Detective Jowd. I bet that big masked man did this. I'm gonna bite him. You'd better not. You might break your teeth. Command room has lost power and is sinking, so I wonder what this masked man is going to do. Let's talk to Detective Jowd. Sorry for the wait, Detective Jowd. Who are you? Are you Cecil? Please excuse my appearance. Can't believe you made it here. How is Camilla? What about Lynn? Well, it's kind of a long story. I told Detective Jowd about everything that happened on the submarine Yanoa. But the submarine is badly damaged. Why would he do that to his own submarine? Wish I knew. I know the answer to that one. Because he's afraid of my powers. You followed us. I didn't even notice. Been 10 long years, Detective Jowd. Are you Yomel? So you remember me, do you? How could I possibly forget? We finally got his name. That's your real name, huh? Yomel? That's right. But those people on the Yona were calling you Cecil. That's just an alias I was using for my deal with them. Cecil was just an alias. I didn't see any need to tell them my real name. Could you do me a favor? Would you let me ask you some questions? I've been trying to find out my true identity all night. Sure, go ahead. I'm sure there's plenty we can still tell you, right, Detective Jowd? Right. Okay, about Yomel. 10 years ago, you were a top systems engineer, weren't you? Systems engineer? What's that? By the way, I'm a top Pomeranian, you know. Well, it's kind of hard to explain to a dog, but it's a person who is good at using computers. I don't mean to brag, but I was one of the best in the industry. That's how I got roped into joining that project. Project? What project? It was a project aimed at reorganizing the nation's top secret information. The goal was to build a new system using multi-dimensional programming theory. I was asked to join the project by an agent of the government. Doesn't sound like something a top Pomeranian would know anything about. To me, it sounded like another challenging job. However, this project was also the target of a secret plot. And bet you can imagine the kind of crime the nation's top secrets might attract. Never thought for the life of me that I'd ever have to deal with spies. Never made public, but every organization in the country moved on this one. And then one day, the name of a certain programmer emerged as a suspect. I was the guy who built the core of the system. The police arrested you, and then that incident happened. He escaped from the interrogation room and took little Lynn as hostage. By the way, Detective Jowd, when was it that I was proven innocent? About 6 months after your death. I'm so sorry, Yomel. Alright, so the real motive of revenge, 10 years ago. My soul was split from my body and I lost everything. I was sealed in eternal darkness. I existed in this world, no question about that. And nobody noticed my presence. What good were these powers for, is something he probably said. What good were my powers? They didn't help anybody, which is exactly what I thought he said. Not even the passage of time could heal my pain. In fact, it only made it worse. I wanted to disappear, but I wasn't even allowed to do that. The way Lynn described it is exactly right. Sinking towards the bottom of an endless sea. An overwhelming feeling of loneliness and despair. I wanted all of you to suffer what I was suffering. So that's why you murdered Alma. That's right. I wanted you to know what it was like to lose everything you cared about. I wanted you to feel the same pain I felt. What? It was the twisted wish of a mind poisoned by infinite loneliness. And then, as I was plotting my revenge, I had an idea. I came up with a plan to use these powers of mine to make a deal. The deal. There's something I just don't understand about that deal. I'm sure your powers would be very valuable, but what would you get out of the deal? A new life. Life? I asked them for 2 conditions. Number 1 was that they help me with my revenge plot. The second one was a rebirth for me. Rebirth? A new beginning, eh? I didn't care if it was a fake life, an artificial life. I just wanted a physical receptacle for my soul. A name, an identity, an everyday life. I wanted to grow old in a society that would accept me. And finally, I wanted to die surrounded by a loving family. That's the kind of life I asked them for. A completely man-made life. That's right, I knew I couldn't hope for anything more than that. To make it all come true, I knew it would take a lot of money and a lot of power. Yeah, that is really tragic too. So I decided to ask a national government to help me, and their response in the end was betrayal. They were making their moves as much more carefully than I suspected. They sent spies to this country and researched my powers on their own. And they even figured out what Timsic was all about. You had no idea they were doing all this? None at all. I was a fool. So then, why did they go to all the trouble of making a deal with you? Why didn't they just steal a hunk of the Timsic meteorite from the park? They couldn't. Huh? After the manipulator incidents, research was conducted in this country too. A report was submitted to the government about the source of the manipulator's power. By Inspector Cabanella and the old pigeon guy, yay? At first, the government didn't believe the report. But then they decided to put the park under surveillance just in case. Surveillance, huh? This looks like an ordinary peaceful park, but there are armed agents there at all times. Don't tell me that odd leaflet guy is one of them. No, not him. He's just a plain old odd person. Okay, that's pretty good. That park is like a silent battlefield on an international scale. So that's why they couldn't steal the Timsic meteorite. And lately, under the pretense of building a housing site, they've been working on a plan to destroy that park in order to secure this Timsic meteorite. That's it, eh? The upshot of your grand deal was this, eh? It's the ending I deserve. But at least there's one thing you must be happy about. What's that? You've managed to seal me away at the bottom of the sea forever. Well, shall we get started? Started with what? Bringing Detective Jowd back to life, of course. What good will that do now? But we promised Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla we'd save them. We can't do that without you, Detective Jowd. I've been guided by fate tonight to this place. I won't give up now. Alright, fine, let's see where it leads us. Here we go then, back to 4 minutes before your death. So, where are we headed? We're not headed anywhere, Detective. What? There's only enough fuel on board to launch us away, Detective. You will run out soon, and that will be our destination, Detective. What are you talking about? That would mean that you're trapped here, too. He's a robot. By the way, I am not human, Detective. I am a remote-controlled robot. What? Your country's use of technology is just plain off. We get that a lot, Detective. Why would you go to all the trouble to do this? There's nothing but a shell there, it's hardly a threat anymore. Commander Sith likes to provide against any possibility, no matter how small, Detective. Possibility? What are you talking about? There's no need for you to know, Detective. Oh, holy hell! Now it's time to say goodbye, Detective. In the end, your fate remains the same, it seems, Detective. Camilla, forgive me. Just gunned down, holy hell. I didn't even notice the gun when we came in. It isn't over yet, it isn't? Remember what the big masked man said? Any possibility, no matter how small. Possibility, in other words, there must be a chance here somewhere. Possibility of turning the situation around. Well, he's a robot, first of all. Huh? What is it, detective? Look at Yomel's shell. There's no aura emanating from his body. Of course there isn't. The Timsic fragment is gone. Could this change in his shell give us some kind of lead? Figured it out. I know what this possibility, no matter how small, is that they're afraid of. What is it? My time was perpetually stopped thanks to the power of Timsic. His body cycled between moments that separated his life and death. Right, but not anymore. The Timsic fragment has been taken away. Exactly, so what does that mean? I get it. Your body won't come back to life anymore. The moment the Timsic fragment was removed, my shell became a regular corpse. So let's see, that means you can go back to 4 minutes before your death? But wait a minute, exactly when is that death? That's simple. We'll find out when we get there. Let's move! Let's fucking go! That felt good. That felt good to cheer. I fell back through the cracks of time for what seemed like forever, and then I saw it. A final death at the end of this long night. Who exactly am I? I've already seen all the clues. All I have to do now is remember.
Police, I left you all of the clues.
The final journey to the truth starts now. Or no, it's...
Mr. Policeman, I left you all of the clues. It is up to you.
Man, I don't even remember if I'm quoting that movie poster correctly. The reference is there. The joke has been made. Really, really dumb, bad horror movie. Final chapter, baby. When was Yomel's death? It was 10 years ago when the Timsic meteorite fell. Oh, a drastic change of history. We traveled back through time and now we're here at the scene of that death. The start of it all is about to replay itself. 4 minutes before death. Aw, there's little Lynn. Is she starting a fire? No, she was baking a potato. Give it up. Do you really think you can outrun me? Now just calm down and drop that weapon. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll shoot her. I called it. How did I call it? You're the cat. A kitten. A full-grown cat 10 years later. This is like... Are you okay? You're all right now. Are you hurt? You saved me, mister. I was just doing my job. Gods, they're the ones who saved you. What's your job, mister? Me, I'm a police detective. That's the Timsic meteorite, eh? It's beautiful looking at it from this angle. Changed all of our fates completely. We can't stop Timsek from falling from the sky, but we might be able to protect you from that fragment and save your life. I don't know. What's the matter, Detective Jad? To be perfectly honest, I'm scared. If that meteor fragment doesn't get him, I'm pretty sure I would have shot him. You might not be able to change your fate of dying. I can accept that. What I did was inexcusable. No matter how the future might change, that fact will never go away. My fate is to die here, then I accept that. This will be our last battle against fate. Beyond that will be a new future. Okay, let's get started. Oh, God. This is heavy. Okay, now how are we going to save her? Lynn would just wander off somewhere. That would solve everything. When her sweet potato is almost ready, she's not going to budge from that spot. You know, it makes me wonder. A little girl all in the park, listening to music and roasting a sweet potato. What kind of childhood did this girl have? Doesn't everybody have at least one day in their life? Give her a break. Anyway, if Lynn won't budge from that spot, then we'll just have to have Fragment move instead. So it has to be with Missile. What the world is this thing? Oh boy, you even forgot how sweet. It's a roasted roach fight. The reason why we don't know anything is because we're a cat. There's nothing like them on a cold winter day. They're sweet and they smell delicious. These guys sure are making me want to try one. What are you doing? You're gonna hurt I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. You really startled her. You even made her drop her sweet potato. How much this girl loves her food. Anyway, at least her fate was changed, albeit ever so slightly. Yeah, I'm cooking. I should have gone with the potato. I have to rewind. Okay. Little doggy says some pretty smart things sometimes. So we walk. And then we spray. Spray higher. Oh, look at that! Sweet potato. Big, scary sweet potato. That's not sweet, that's Mino. Oh, right, of course. Potato and right now they both have the same shape. Good idea. Okay, here I go. My help. Not time for that meteorite to come down. To change that. There has to be a way. If we work together. There we go. Oh look, the lamppost is bending. But it hasn't broken yet. It really is a wonder it hasn't snapped. I might just hold out for a little while longer. If I recall, smashed the glass lantern on its way down, but if Mina sits firmly in its way, fate should change. I'm so sorry, then put her down. Alright, now missile. The Timsic meteor is going to fall very soon. Before that happens, I have to think of a way to do something about that fragment. Didn't I do it? There, how's that? Look, the fragment's course had changed a little. And Yolen's fate should really... Wait a minute. Take another look at the fragments. Now it's changed. What's in its path? No! Ugh. Detective Jowd. Shot through his leg. What? Weren't over yet. Come on, put it down. Huh? Now put down the gun down. If you don't, you're going to shoot him. I don't know if it's his detective training or what, but even though he's shaking with the pain, the gun doesn't waver. Put the gun down! Knew it. This is my true fate. In the end, I stole his life away with my own hands. I won't let that happen. Good missile. Bullet is stopped in midair. I'm here inside the bullet. Now let's swap it with something. What? With what? Detective Jowd, the meteor fragment is what made you pull the trigger. We won't let you become a murderer. We have to prove that murder isn't the detective's true fate. And to do that, we have to stop this bullet. A sweet potato. We stopped the bullet, but still couldn't save him. That's not true. The fate of getting pierced through the back might not have changed, but I'm still alive. What? I'm not dead, I'm just unconscious. Your fate of death has changed. This fate is still too painful to watch in every sense. I don't think so. As long as I'm alive, that's good enough for me. We were looking over one thing. The wheel of fate was still slowly turning. Pick up, you gotta get out of there. Leg won't work. It's all over. We're out of time. Miss Lynn. It's not over yet. There isn't anything else we can swap it with. Why don't we just let it play out and try to find another way next time? Even if she dies, all you have to do is possess her corpse. Then you can redo her last 4 minutes as many times as it takes. No, I won't do that. Why not? Sure, the fact of her death would be erased, but her memory of it would remain like a scar on her psyche. I won't let that happen, not if I can help it. But what can we do now, even if we work together? I think there might be something that can be done. What is it? What can Cecil and I do? Don't forget, I'm here too. 3 kinds of powers among us. We ought to be able to fight this battle. This battle against the fate of death. Yomo. Cecil, your power is manipulating objects. Use your power to manipulate this. Huh? I don't get it. Just trust me. Let's go. Alright, I'll try. Move it there. Now gather your strength and make it spray as if your life depended on it. I'm dead, though. In that case, make it spray as if your death depended on it. Remember, you only have a split second. Got it. Now it's your turn, Missile. Yep. You can swap them. But even if I swap them, it'll still be... Don't worry. What can we do now? I don't see how gaining a second or two helped. Oh, it helped alright. Those few seconds were exactly what I wanted. Last up, it's my turn. Your turn. You know what my power is, right? I can manipulate living creatures. Wait a minute, you mean... That's right. I'm gonna save that little girl by manipulating my own unconscious body. Oh, his legs. Ye gods. Oh, God. That is wild. That... Oh, gosh. Oh, you're awake. Hey, mister, is your knee okay? Oh, it'll be fine. It's just a scrape. I'm lucky it wasn't a fatal hit, but the main thing is that you're not hurt. You saved me, mister. I was just doing my job. The gods, they're the ones who saved you. It's your job, mister. I'm a police detective. You think you could go call the police for me? I think you could do it quicker than I could. But... What's that? It's a detective badge. We give them to children who've been very brave. Detective's badge? Thanks. Okay, you know what to do, little detective. Are you alive? Yeah, sadly. Hang on, help is coming. What made you do such a reckless thing? To be perfectly honest, I don't really know. When it came to, my body was already moving all by itself. It was as if somebody else was controlling it. I see, but you know, I'm glad it happened. Hey, mister. I found this kitten. It was over there. Come to think of it, I just saw it a few minutes ago. Probably a stray. It's kind of limp. Is it okay? I don't know. I think it's unconscious. It's funny. It doesn't look like it's injured or anything. Poor little kitty. How about if I take it to my house and look after it? Would you like to come home with me, little kitten? Well, looks like his fate just changed in a big way. Whose fate? The kitten's, of course. Cecil's. Cecil? The name Cecil echoes in my head. That's my real name. I called it. It took me so long to get there, but I called it like a chapter and a half before the very end. These long, lonely 10 years, you were my one and only friend. How about it? Do you remember now? Old friend. I think I finally remember. 10 years ago, I was a little kitten that wandered into this park. I was weak and all alone in the world. Somebody please look at me. Shoo, you might get hurt. Somebody please reach out a hand. Hmm? I had just only died at the time. I'd lost everything, my life and my memory. My body wouldn't move anymore, but I had still managed to reach out a hand to him. Next thing I knew, my soul had transferred to the black kitten. No recollection of who I was. I lived as a cat with you for a while. After a while, the man regained his memory and went back. I went back to being just a cat. The man got his body back. Took my body back from the morgue. Somebody I just had to go to see just one more time. Control of my body and hurried to her house. I was just a little too late. I just missed her as she left this world. She left me a note that said, "I'm coming to you, Yomo." The man named me Cecil, the name of something important he had lost, along with his life, his fiancée. He told me about it once, but I didn't understand what it was. These 10 years were very happy for me, but they weren't happy for the man. There was nothing I could do for it. For 10 years, I wandered through the darkness with no particular place to go. As time passed, my powers gradually changed. First, I could only manipulate small creatures and objects. Then, after a while, I could manipulate people. That's when the darkness inside me deepened and I started to get a little twisted. Became a little joker. Wanted light. Distorted artificial light. When I got my revenge on Lynn, I would see that light, or at least that's what I tried to believe. She had killed us. She didn't even know it. No one knew it. I left my old self buried in that junkyard and walked away. That black cat. I was possessing Cecil then. It wouldn't look very much like a murder if the corpse got up and walked away after all. So you borrowed the body of your old friend. That's why the cat walked off. Cecil was inside that bag I was carrying tonight. I had no intention of leaving my friend behind in this country when I left. But then, when I went to possess his body, I realized something horrible. Was that Cecil there inside the bag was dead. What? It's why we couldn't read, because Cecil's a cat and can't read. I wasn't able to control her completely. First bullet didn't hit anything, or so I thought. But it did hit something, didn't it? It hit Cecil inside that bag. Yeah, that's when I lost my life, right there, in the presence of Timsic radiation. Yep. That's when I got my powers of the dead, my ghost tricks. I think I understand it now. Why I was the only one who couldn't get his memory back. It's because I thought that corpse was me. It was the only corpse I could see at the time, after all. As it turns out, it wasn't the only dead body. My true death was hiding just behind that corpse. Now that I think about it, do you remember what you said? You knew all along about me saving Lynn tonight? If you knew, why didn't you try to stop me? Simple. Because I couldn't even if I wanted to. Huh? Why not? Remember the thing about individual differences and the powers we get? I can control all kinds of things, from the living to the dead. But even so, there are some things you can do that I can't. You mean, I can't even rewind time, let alone change the fate of a death. If I could do those things, I would have saved your life. Not only that, but I never would have just let my fiancée stay dead like that. But you're here 10 years in the past now. That's thanks to your powers. I just tagged along with you. In any case, now that the starting point of this entire tragedy has changed dramatically, altering fate, the fate of your death, the kitten Cecil's fate, and I can just bet you the fate of the woman you loved has changed too. Yes, I believe you're right. So this was the last fate to be averted, eh? So, Yomo, looks like your plan for revenge ended in failure. Yes, and I'm glad, too. I think I kind of understand now what you've been feeling these 10 years. She understood. She shed tears for me. That's when my revenge was over. She saved me from the darkness. I guess it's time we got back. New 10 years later was just born. Right. We should get back to our new present. I can't wait to see Miss Lynn and Miss Camilla again. But these past 10 years will now all vanish. Well, not completely. Memories of all of us here will remain, including the memory of what I did, my crime. That's the way this game of the dead works, eh? No matter what the reason. There's no denying the fact that I took Lynn hostage, tried to point a gun at her. I have no intention of running away from that either. The most inexcusable crime in my new life. Hey, Cecil. Yes? When we go back, our fates will no longer be interconnected. It will be like we never met. So before that happens, I just wanted to say one thing. I stole away your life with my own hands. I'm truly sorry. It's already a thing of the lost past. Our fates have changed now, right, Yomo? Thank you, Cecil. I'm so very glad I met you. Me too, Yomo. Cecil, are we ever gonna see each other again? Couldn't stand it if we weren't. Don't worry, Missile. I'll bet we'll see each other again someday. 10 years from now, our paths are sure to cross. Just have to wait until then. Cecil, I'll never forget you. Man, why am I choking up this hard? Video games, they do this to me. Stories like this always do it to me. I knew setting my little VTuber to cry would be the right thing to do, because God, I haven't really stopped. I'll never forget you either, valiant little doggy. Well, it looks like you did get to come live with me now. So let's be getting home, little black cat. Home, huh? That sounds good, Detective Jowd. We all witnessed the birth of a new beginning, and now we're each going back to our own new present. We said goodbye to the parts of our stories that would be lost, believing that someday our paths would cross again. Wait. Before you go back to a new present, I wanted to thank you. Who are you? Who are you? Before I cease to exist. Oh, it's you. Yes, it is I. Ray, in case you've forgotten again, I've been wondering, because you've been the last unresolved thread. Thanks to you, everything has turned out as I had hoped. I'm really grateful to you, Cecil. Thank you. But don't forget, I was only on a journey to find my own lost memory. Yes, I know that. I know all about you. Can I ask you a question, Ray? I want to know. Who exactly are you? Fair enough. I will tell you. Let me tell you about another version of tonight's events. You changed the fates of many people tonight, the first of which was hers. By killing the fuck out of that hitman. If you had not been there for her tonight, her fate would have been to die in that lonely spot on the outskirts of town. If that had occurred, what do you suppose would have happened? Let me tell you a story. A story of a little creature. After they stole her life that night, they broke into her apartment. Is Ray a rat? Oh my god! They stole the wooden box from the ceiling hiding place and left? And in the process... two little dead bodies were left behind. Oh my goodness, Seth, did you solve it? Is Ray a rat? However, the little fellow's spirit lived on. He desperately reached out his paw towards his mistress, and that's when a miracle occurred. But look at that, the powers of the dead, but how? He didn't really understand it himself, not yet anyway. But with all you know now, I bet you understand it, do you not? Hey, wait a minute. Cecil was there. So Ray is Missile. That's right. He died inside the aura of that strange energy. Unfortunately, with his meager powers, he was unable to save his little mistress. There just wasn't anything he could do with only the power to swap objects. He needed the power to manipulate objects in order to save the little lady. The little fellow chased after them in. There still wasn't anything he could do. In the end, he was left behind with the man in the red in the deep, deep sea. Then, he went back. He went back to the world of 10 years before, the moment of the man in red's death. What? Decided to wait it out. He decided to wait until that night came again. And that's the other version of the story this night. A story that has taken these 10 years to be retold. So that was you, huh? That's right, I'm Missile. 10 years is a very long time in dog years. You couldn't change the fates of these people on your own. So you decided to wait those 10 years out. Exactly. And then at last, that fateful night rolled around again. By this time I had grown old and my powers were weak. So I decided I needed to find somebody to help me this time around. Somebody who possessed different powers than me. Wait a second, you were able to manipulate that desk lamp. Over the course of long years, my powers changed. My ability to swap objects weakened. I became able to manipulate small objects. But in that case, why didn't you cooperate with yourself? Because I couldn't. Huh? From watching the man in red, I found out there were individual differences in our powers. I couldn't do any of the things he could, like travel through the telephone lines, for example. What? May not seem like much, but it's a very important power, especially if you're trying to chase someone. There's something I don't understand. You knew from the very beginning that I had that power. How did you know so much about me? Why wouldn't I? After all, we had met before on that night the first time around. We what? We met before? And listening to the conversation of those two intruders to the apartment, I learned that Miss Lynn had lost her life at the junkyard on the edge of town. I followed the ghost world paths to the junkyard and came upon an incredible scene. Imagine, if you will, there in the darkness, a twisting and swiveling desk lamp. It made my fur stand on end, I can tell you. That was me? I was shot on that night the first time around as well? You had lost your memory that time too. You had just died and felt confused. You declined to cooperate with me. I did what? I just want to find my own lost memory. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. That's what you said. Then you disappeared, away over the telephone line. I'm really sorry I didn't help you. I decided that this time, I'd use that desire of yours to our mutual advantage. Mutual advantage? The only thing you were interested in was finding your own lost memory. If I could guide you along the right path to doing that, we would both benefit. Namely, the right path would be path to the man in red, to Yomel. What? I gave you the information you needed to know to set you in the right direction. Then I gave you a time limit. Time limit? That's right, as you know. I said you only had until tomorrow morning. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have found out the truth tonight. The man in red would have been sealed away at the bottom of the sea forever. If that had happened, it would have been all over. Then you mean that thing about ceasing to exist? Oh, that? Completely made up. A little naughty of me, I know. But I just wanted you to use your time wisely. Oh boy. I hate to admit it, but this little doggy really outsmarted me in every way. Well, he had 10 years. He had 10 years to think this over. Almost 20, actually, thinking about it. Let's just call it the wisdom that comes with age. Oh my gosh. And now it's time to say farewell. These past 10 years will cease to exist, and with them, so will I. Thistle, I believed in you. I always knew you could do it. And so you did. But at least he didn't make you a scab. Oh my goodness. I need to replay Always Sometimes Monsters. I'm gonna do that sometime on stream. I'm going to. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Missile. So you waited and waited these 10 long years. All for the sake of your two ladies, Lynn and Camilla, eh? Of course, because that's what doggies do. Now then, farewell, Cecil. So the story of a single night came to an end. Nobody but us knew what really happened in town tonight. I made my way back to a new present. Huh? How come it's dark? I'll just turn on the lights here. It's another Rube Goldberg machine. Except there's not a gun there, and it didn't turn around. So it's Lynn's birthday party. And we were there the entire time. Were you surprised? You bet I was. You nearly scared me to death. Yippee, it worked. But it's not even my birthday today. It was my mom's birthday the day before yesterday. I made the surprise for her, but it came out so well I wanted to use it again. That's alright, Lynn. After all, we're celebrating the birth of your new position as detective, right? Really? Thank you, Detective Jowd. Dad, you're home. Hi, Camilla. Let me introduce you. This is Lynn. She was just assigned to the detective division today. Hi, Camilla. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Lynn. Congratulations on becoming a detective. Huh? Something wrong? You have one of those badges too? Oh, this? Yeah. I have one just like it. My dad gave it to me the other day. Yours looks a lot older than mine, though. How long are you gonna keep wearing that toy badge, Lynn? What's wrong with it? To me, this is the symbol of a real detective. Been 10 years since then, hasn't it? Who would have guessed you'd actually become a detective one day? You gave me this badge. I just knew. I knew it was my destiny somehow. Destiny, eh? Now that I'm a detective, I'll find out where that destiny will lead me. Haha, that you will. That you will. Oh, hello. Don't tell me you're that same little kitten. That's right, the very one. You know what? This is a very, very special cat. He's 10 years old, but he's still a kitten. Still a kitten? Yep, he never got any bigger or anything. Wow, what a mysterious little fellow. I know, right? His name is Cecil. Why did we not grow older then? Cecil. That would imply that we have a fragment inside of us. Oh, because a fragment did go inside of us when it shipped off the meteor, didn't it? That's why the kitten was unconscious when it was first found. Seems to me I've heard that name somewhere before. I think the cat might be immortal, figuratively. I mean, if you remove the fragment, maybe Cecil will pass on, but... I mean... Detective Dowd has that fragment shard in his leg if it wasn't removed. Or if it went through his leg and into the kitten. Aw, there's your mom. Alright everyone, let's start the celebration. Okay, Mom. She ordered it from Chicken Palace, or whatever it's called. I bet you're just like me. Your destiny led you here somehow, too. So we meet again, Cecil. From just that single night as a human, I got a glimpse into their world. I learned something. No, I don't think she's the fiancé. I think that was just an entirely different character. Their fates, their lives are all interconnected, somehow in some way. And now this is my new fate. Yep, that implies that there's a fragment inside of us. I guess I really am a cat. It suits me just fine to curl up and watch. Watch the strange and beautiful patterns of their lives as they unfold. And it looks like I'll have plenty to watch here for quite a while. Ah, this was so good. Aw, Missile joined him! He got adopted by him. Happy birthday to our lovely Lynn. Like I said, it isn't my birthday. Hey, Missile, I thought I asked you to stay home and guard the fort. Oh, no, she adopted Missile, but birthdays are for celebrating. Man, I want spaghetti now. That spaghetti looks really good. So good. He's copying him and doing a Joker going down the steps. There, how do you like that? Not bad, huh? But definitely not good. Maybe now I can be a great detective just like Inspector Cavanella. What kind of example is the inspector providing for his men? This was such a good game. I liked it a lot. Here's your food, gentlemen. Why is she still working here if she's a detective? Memory, what are you doing here? I heard you were going to be picking new members for the Special Investigation Unit today. You took on a part-time job here again just so you could eavesdrop? Oh, you have no idea the lengths I'd go to reach my goals. You glad that I liked it? It really, really is a good game. This was such... My friend Draggy got this for me, and I knew I wanted to play it. I love mystery games like this. Oh la la, I've never cooked this way before. So exotic, so exciting. Curried chicken paradise. Isn't that just butter chicken? Is this really necessary? Oh, but our very best customer requested it. Now good luck with the taste testing. Oh boy, I don't think I could eat another bite. Who exactly is this very best customer anyway? Yep. Again, isn't curry chicken just either chicken tikka masala or butter chicken? Yes, I did play Hollow Knight, and I'll play Silk Song eventually when Silk Song comes out. I'll do that. I'll do my first playthrough on stream as well. Oh, there's still Robin stuff. Not to worry, my dear. I followed the instructions exactly. 20 kilograms of gunpowder, just like it said. I think they're gonna die. Wait a minute, 20 kilograms? I thought it was 20 grams. Well, Curry Boy, Sausage Head is very rich now. I do have Animal Well. I have not played it yet, though. It's on my list of games to play, for sure. Aww. So this is where you work, huh, Papa? That's right, sweetheart. You highly recommend I play it? Darling husband, don't you have any ideas you could give me? You must have heard some juicy stories. The indiscretions of a minister, perhaps? Now, must you talk that way in front of our darling angel? Here's to the stodgy mind of my darling husband. Well, at least they have a better relationship this time around. Goodness, they did not have a good one in the other timeline. I love seeing the effects. Choke on a grape, please. This deal is going quite well. I must say, these grapes are quite good, my man. The Yona is about to scrape the bottom of the sea, sir. Be forewarned, sir. Egad. Keep it together, man. Are you trying to give me a case of the vapors? I believe I nearly died of fright just now. Love, peace, and pigeons. Long live rock and roll. Hell yeah. Now, why would he go looking for the meteorite still, though? I guess if there was a fragment in Detective Dowd still, but that doesn't make much sense. And stop the park from charging admission. Okay, never mind. Goodness gracious. Ah, this was a really good game. Would you believe years and years ago when I saw this game advertised in GameStop, I took a look at it and thought, boy, that looks dumb. And now it's like, I'm gonna say at least 10 years later, and I'm playing this game, and I'm just like, this is a great game. My younger self had no idea. No, I had to be younger. I had to be in high school when I saw this game. I had to be even younger. Because the DS came out when I was in high school. Oh, hey, he's in prison! "10 years, long years, Yommel. Your time's up today. The young lady who always comes to visit you is waiting outside." 10 years for holding a hostage, huh? Thank you, Cecil. Oh, that was the fully grown Cecil. And now it's the kitten Cecil again. Oh, that was so good. Oh, goodness gracious. And as always, I always let all the credits roll by. We gotta show some deference to the people who made the game. Gotta at least let them get their time in the spotlight as well. You know? Oh, this was such a good game. I hope everyone enjoyed watching this game. Yeah, the remaster credits, that's right. This is for the people who remastered it. Let them get their time to shine as well. Man, I really enjoyed this. This was so good. And I hope for people who, like, you, Leochi, like, you got to see my first time playing through it, so I hope that was enjoyable too. Like, I did my best to not get frustrated when I was getting stuck on certain parts, and I think I did a really good job. I think I solved all of those puzzles pretty well, and I think that's, like, that was a really good thing. Man. That's cute, the little rat getting a donut. At least in these credits, there's a little justice for the little rats that got abused and tortured in this game. So there's that upside. Oh, this was so good. Thank you all for joining me for Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. The next game I'm going to be doing is going to be a horror game. I'm going to try and find something to scare myself with. I've done a lot of RPGs and puzzles and stuff, so I think I want to mix it up. I'm going to find a spooky game that's in my list of games that I haven't played. Ghost Advisor? What does that mean? But yeah, next game is going to be a scary game. I'm gonna find a horror game to play, and I hope that y'all will join me for that. Oh goodness, new background, new song, and yep, that's it. That's Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. That was so good. I really enjoyed. I want to point something out. When Cecil was in their ghost form, like the little blue. Here, you can see my mouse now. The little blue thing right here. I want to point something out. Cecil's ghost form, even when Cecil didn't have an identity, had the glasses on. And so that means that Yomel was still such an important part of Cecil's life that, like, those glasses naturally translated into Cecil's identity. And that's really, really touching. That's, like, really nice. That's such a nice little thing, you know? Like, those were Yomel's glasses. That, like, Yomel's shades that Yomel wore. And even when Cecil didn't have an identity, Cecil considered their relationship with Yomel to be that integral to their identity. Like, oh, that is so good. Little touches like that, are so good. Just so good. So, that's it. We've finished Ghost Trick. That is the end. I'm so glad to have gotten to play this. It was so worth it. 2010. Yeah, 2010. I had graduated high school. Ghost Trick is about pets saving their owners. Absolutely. And you know what? I love it. I love it for that. That is so good, so worth it. All right, let's go to the end. Let's do the special thanks. I want to give special thanks to Toby Benjobox, who has done all of the art assets that you see on the stream. And of course, special thanks to Hot Dad for whose music you're hearing right now, both at the beginning and end of the stream. You can find the names of the songs at the bottom, of course. And a special thanks goes to Aries Nova Art for designing and rigging the VTuber that I use. They did a great job. I love it so much. And of course, the biggest, most special thanks of all, of course, goes to each and every one of you. Every time, without fail. Every one of y'all who stops and chats, who watches and who hangs out with me. Everyone who lurks and just puts me on in the background just to have a good time. Everyone who cheers and subscribes and follows. Everyone who raids and joins me for raids. All of y'all make this so good, and getting to share these games and their stories make this worth it. So with that said, let's see if we can't find someone to raid into. Otherwise, we'll let the music play out, and I will see y'all next week. Let's see. Who is available? I actually think we're gonna raid into someone that we've never raided into before. We're gonna raid into Mikey Linesha, another LGBTQ individual. They're super sweet, they're super kind. They're doing a multi-world randomizer of what looks to be a classic Pokemon game. They've been going for nearly 3 hours now, and so let's show them some appreciation. And I've been wanting to jump into their streams for a while, so let's give them some appreciation. Go ahead and do that. Take care, everyone. I'll see y'all next time.